6 Navigation Circle, Rockport, Texas, 7832. Did you start it in time? I'm sorry, I should have looked at you. Okay. And I call this workshop to order. Roll call.
Commissioner Cheney,
Here.
Commissioner Castleline,
Here.
Commissioner Russo, here, Commissioner Dupnick,
Here.
Judge Garza.
Here, we've got a full quorum. Items for deliberation, general discussion of the 2026 budget with elected officials and department heads as scheduled. We'll start with Madam Treasurer. Morning.
Morning. I have, as y'all know, several departments that will go to the treasurer's first. I think it's page 34. Yeah. It's on the bottom here. Basically, everything is the same. I did add $500 on, the conferences. Because I want my chief deputy to take the investment academy class. And y'all know, it's usually about $1,000 by the time you send somebody to a 3 or 4 day class, so. And then I put 500 more in office supplies, not knowing what we're gonna need when we move to the new building. Same story there. Other than that, everything is the same.
Are those reflected on here? Is it, it looks like conference and association are the same.
She received it after these were sent out, so it's just,
So should we change these numbers?
this meeting.
Okay,
And I will have a new copy printed for you after.
Office supplies, she said she had 500, so it'll be $3,000. And the conference and dues will be 8,000.
all right.
Right.
And
And I
what that
would-
changed to the bottom line?
The bottom line, we are actually going down in expenses by $3,000.
But it currently says 382,714, so what's the new amount there?
The new amount is $383,514.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
What is going down? Mine says, oh, I'm looking at a different one.
Right, your copy is when they originally sent them in April, so the salary line is still. You're 103 on your copy today.
And so I don't know who she has in the salaries, but I do wanna put my staff on a list for the step increase, just like normal. If warranted for next year.
Good, you're going up 500.
She did go up.
500 and 500, so that actually 1,000 in expenses. But she says the salary is lower, I don't know why.
Well, because I took out we're starting fresh for
Right.
2026, so I took out all step increases for 2026 until we get direction from all of you.
Yeah.
So that made it increase by so much. Okay.
Okay,
All right. Go to the next one.
Assistance department. Wage. I don't know.
82.
82.
No, assistance is gonna be,
Fund 530.
Probably 188 dues.
197, 198.
Yes.
So the assistance is the department that, we pay the staff for the indigent health data. And they have, minimal expenses, the maintenance on the computer software. And so on miscellaneous, I want to add the 3,000 on there. That is the publication that Patricia Arnold prints. It's the community pamphlet, community resource. We had left it out of the budget last year, or for this year, Larry. And she came and printed. I was a little highly upset because it was like $10,000. I'm like, well, we need to find a better printer. So, I would like to keep that in the budget, so she's gonna print at least maybe once a year or every other year, the directory.
I think she said miscellaneous, some page
Miscellaneous.
198.
198.
It's right above assistance.
Hopefully we can find it cheaper and we won't have to spend 3,000, but we split it 3 ways. Her and us and somebody else.
So currently it shows year-to-date 3411, and we're just gonna show 3,000 as proposed for next year. Okay.
Other than that, everything else is the same on that one. Hotel motel tax, well, not a lot to go over there. We can't, really do, figure the revenues quite yet because we want to get a couple more months of collection.
Is that 140?
82.
And I don't see all of the hotel occupancy tax requests that we have. Doesn't look like many.
Right, all in yellow I highlighted here are those that I have not seen.
Oh, wow. When was the deadline?
I gave a deadline of May 30th, but I mean, we still have.
Okay, just.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive it? Do you know, Karen?
No, I haven't heard it.
You can check when you get back, because it might have gone to Luis, he was still the executive.
So get those requests in.
And I'll let the Maritime Museum know.
Well, anyway, the hotel and the venue, we usually finalize that. Later.
Right, and several of these are percentages, so it's, you know, it's just gonna be a percentage of what the revenue can be, so.
I don't know. We have, transfer to general fund 40,000. I don't know what that covers,
That was for your hotel motel part.
but venue gives 40 also. So that was.
Because it's with benefits.
80,000.
We.
I just thought it-
Reasons.
I thought that was a little high, but if y'all wanna leave that, that's fine.
And what is the 40,000?
For admin, salary and supplies and. Helping.
The person is paid out of the treasurer's fund and then this is like, you know.
And we're awesome. So is it transferred to the general fund, to the treasurer's office?
One just goes in the general fund,
Just
flat.
goes in general fund.
Indigent healthcare. Don't have a page number.
140.
Here is going to 143.
No, that's not.
Well, we can go over that one first, 143, because. Indigent healthcare, we can't figure that one yet either till we get a tax levy number. And figure out how much 8% is, and whatever 8% is goes in the revenue, and then I allocate it to the expenses, so I can't do that until we get that. Usually the end of July.
And the ambulance service was increased?
Yes, we did the new contract, remember?
Okay,
$25,000 a month, so it's like 300,000 a year.
We're at healthcare sales tax.
I'm on 143.
And then the health facility subsidy, that was that $100 number from the rural supplement for South Texas family planning.
Is that on this one too?
That's the health facility subsidy, and
Oh, okay.
Yes.
that's the rental
Okay.
that we system with. They went up $100. I would actually like to give them more money, but I guess when we figure the revenues, if I feel like, asking for more at that point. They do a great service of, the South Texas family planning. I know it sounds like it's just family planning, but they do a whole bunch of stuff. They were here when COVID, they were giving stuff. They help, they do men's services, they do a lot of things, so. But anyway, we pay half of their rent.
Is that the one at the end of your?
The other requests, I don't, you have all those, right? I don't have any.
I have not received the two highlighted, Halo Light and the council on aging.
I get the many, I'll get the three.
We do have on there the transfer to indigent healthcare of $1.5 million. That was last year was 1%, so we need to.
You
I
move it.
guess if we can look at it and see if we've got, funds available in indigent, that we could move some more, but that's not gonna be a good number.
And maybe lower, do you think?
It has about 1 million in something balance.
Yeah, we can move some, but I'm not sure how much.
It probably won't be 2.5, maybe 1.5.
Well, right now, we've got 1.5 in there, so. Maybe come up with a million.
So that's about all I have that is prepared. I kind of went over the interest revenues. Last year we put, for the general funds and the other funds aside, we had 825,000 roughly, or 823,800. And what I come up with this year is maybe 745.
The interest is down.
Yeah, we don't have the agency bonds that we had before, the 5%, 4.5, 5s. Those will be maturing this year, the last one. And I'm pretty sure the pools will probably go down anywhere from 0.5% to 1% in a year's time. That's just my prediction, so. I will go down. Going down about 100,000.
So on the ones where you have not received. But I guess the auditor's office or the judge's office had received requests from the nonprofits on healthcare. In a hotel motel, to whom should they send those?
To Jackie or myself.
Okay. Thank you.
Did we do venue tax, page 85?
I think that's from Renee.
From the city.
Right.
I haven't yet. Have y'all got any requests from the city?
For menu tax,
Well, one of the other hotel or their.
I haven't seen anything, I haven't seen anything,
Fishers,
I haven't received any.
I haven't seen anything. The. Do you have anything on menu tax? No.
No.
The only thing that venue tax, it actually funds Pathways, maintenance and operations budget. Also pays for the INS and we have the lease for the property from that district for this. That's really the only thing that's.
Yeah, I think it's on Renee's.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's the revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
is there any difference in the requirements for using funds or venue for maintenance?
Well, with the venue, you are limited by the projects or the things that are with the building, yes, between the pathways. Pathways is kind of. a little
Did
bit
we
more-
ever find out if we can add things at that point? We were just.
I've never gotten any kind of ruling on it or anything. I do have some lists and I think shared those with Renee on different, a whole plethora of things that were part of pathways. Not all of them were ever approved, and I don't know if there was like
Thank you.
a place where they said, okay, we're gonna do these are later on. I don't know. I just know I've seen. It seems.
Well, Renee is here.
She called.
I have one more item. I brought it before court for the timekeeping system. And y'all suggested maybe put it in the budget for next year. I would like to go ahead and get it. I discussed with Colin. If he had extra money in his budget, since he said he probably would, but never got back with me on how much he had. Because we're not moving and he had some extra there. But, basically Kronos, the one that we like the best, is $49,580. And then the yearly amount is 17,280. And then if you want to get the HR module, which Desiree really did like, that's another 15 grand,
Take those numbers, can't give me 49.
49,580. There is possible that they would negotiate lower than that because the Nick Tyler product was 32. So we could get it a little bit lower, but Colin's not here.
Did you say those other numbers for the maintenance?
17,280 yearly for the maintenance on it. And then, of course, if we want the HR part, it's another roughly 15. Depending on which parts that she got.
Would the annual maintenance, if we bought the HR, cover that one also?
It had an annual maintenance. But I don't remember on here how much the annual was. I'm sure there is one, and then it's about $2,000 for any entry machine. But like I say, if Colleen can put it in this year's budget, I would like to go ahead and get it. When I was signing checks the other day and I signed a check for $32,000 for a shared drive program for the annual maintenance, I'm thinking, I don't feel so bad about asking for some money. This is something I feel like we need.
This benefit your department and the county.
It'll benefit all around the employees and the timekeeping,
Department head.
auditors audit.
So that it'll have a positive effect on everybody. All
Yeah. Employees can manage their leave times better. They can manage their leave requests with their managers. You know, you gotta set all that up. Believe it or not, we still have trouble with timesheets every time.
Leave it.
Oh, it's horrible. And so, okay, we deal with it, we get it done. But I think that moving forward, I think it would be a good product to have.
So the $2,000 per machine, that's would be the reader or.
Right, and then when we move it to the courthouse, we may buy some other ones that people can swipe at the door, but for right now, it'd be like maybe Road and Bridge or the people that are not sitting at a desk. Say maybe 85% would log in with their computer, which that's no additional cost, but we will probably have to have something at Road and Bridge or
Maybe the jail too.
the
A
jail.
lot of the jailers, I don't think.
When we move in the courthouse, we could change it to where you swipe in with your card and it logs you in, or I don't know, we'll figure that out later, but it's about 2,000 a machine, the entry machine. But I would like
Chronos
to,
both ways, where you log on the computer and with the badge. Chronos is a great product.
it's a little bit more expensive, but the lady basically said there's room for some negotiation. And if we can get them back down to the equivalent of what Tyler is asking, well, that would be a good deal. But until I get a definitely, let's do it, you know, do we work on that?
They go on training or something, that's included in the cost for training.
Yes. Cause the training, well, that's the license implementation is 32 and 17 for that's a per employee cost for the license. But I would like to go ahead and get it this year if Colin has it in his budget, so it's y'all's decision. If not, I'd like to put it in for next year.
When's Colin on the schedule?
He's not here today.
No, but when is he on the schedule?
So on programs like that, maybe that's a Jackie question, would that go in his budget with his software, or would it be put on my budget?
With that being countywide, I would put it in IT budget.
Got that, Russ? Yeah.
He's
So you put it in and then he can argue that.
So should I bring it before court again if I still wanna pursue it for this year?
How much the total, annual total would be?
Well, like I say, if y'all are interested in doing it now, I'll get a better number.
But
approximately. Pardon?
approximately.
Right now, we're looking at about 80,000 and then 2,000 per machine, and you might need what? to.
But like I said, I signed that check yesterday for 32,000 from a annual maintenance contract for a shared drive program, and I'm like, I'm not asking for that much more for something that we really, really need.
Sure.
The box, whatever the box is. I know there's more to it than just a shared drive, but
Honestly, in my opinion, you will save at least that much money in man hours by using this time system.
Just keep in mind that if it's over $50,000, which we're talking. You're bidding and unless they're on by board or something.
yeah, and so I was gonna say that Eric, because I already discussed it with her. And they're on the VIR program, which is a state by board. And he feels like we do not need to go out for
Yeah,
bids.
so
So,
we have to.
and we already discussed, looked at programs from the three major ones, so. Their bids probably wouldn't be any less than what they're throwing at me right now, so. Except for Cronus, they said, if we're really, really interested, I will work harder on getting an exact number from them.
Can I ask that we be involved whenever y'all do that?
Sure.
Please, we did not get to look at it.
Well, we're not at that point yet, where we're just seeing what was out there, and that's what y'all asked me to do, is see what was out there, and that's what's out there. And we looked at the demo for Cronus. Tyler never did do a demo. Tyler, they have a product, they bought out the executive kind, but it's both, all three of them integrate with our accounting system.
I'd say, I mean, there's no decisions being made here, but I'd say go and pursue it.
Do the
Okay.
others, do they integrate with Tyler? Does it have to be integrated into Tyler?
Yes. And they already know that, and of course Tyler will charge us a minimal, I say minimal. They will charge us a fee to do that integration. So I'll bring it back to Commissioner's Court again with some more definite numbers for y'all to approve for this year, and so then. Colin will have the annual maintenance in his budget for next year.
Good.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doug McGinnis, good morning.
Morning. Yeah, I didn't have much changes or any really other than salary. And then for the JCM. Needing a second.
Well, the juvenile case manager that she was talking about is on page 156. That was the one she said. Okay.
So on the juvenile case manager, we have an interlocal agreement. For the salaries, we need to increase that, and I need to find out when, I think it's every 2 years on the interlocal agreement. That we need to change. And that's possibly coming up. And also we'll be needing that second vehicle. For the JCM, which I've added that additional $7,000 for a one-time purchase. For all the entities to split.
So the 21,000 is what you're anticipating the cost would be, and then the other two entities would kick in 7,000 each.
Correct.
Have they agreed to that?
Not yet. I'm working on every one of them.
Okay,
This is first one so far. We just have to make sure that everybody gets the list.
so do we think we would write a new interlocal agreement then
We will have to update our interlocal agreement.
to show the vehicle and then a change in salary?
Changing salaries, correct.
Yes. So
So with the school,
School.
City of Lockport, Town of Fulton, and ourselves, so we have 4.
and then are there 2 employees in that salary line?
New employees in that salary line requesting to increase because we have not increased it from the initial 15,000 when we had the first. When we added the second. I knew we didn't need the full 15 yet, so we only put it to the 30. But as the salaries are increasing and we need to increase that.
Does a grant pay for something?
No, the grant is for another employee, which is our counselor, and that pays for that. And that's a sole separate. But it's not in this, but we do have it budgeted. But not under the JCM. I think it's budgeted under.
Correct.
It's budgeted under budget.
Under the JP two.
So then we're done with the juvenile case manager fee. So we'll go to the 28th.
And under mine, I don't believe I had any changes. Other than step increases.
And those aren't reflected yet.
Right.
Is that what the trade auditors are saying? Okay.
And for the furniture, I left that 5,000, even though we approved it for this year. Doesn't look like we're gonna be using it, so I just kind of left it there until we're able to use it and moving into the new courthouse and whatever that.
Hope Springs attorney check.
So they can move into the.
We did last week. We're in it. And that's where I'm noticing we're needing a lot of stuff in there. So I know we're gonna be needing it in the court and for the county.
Are all city offices in there now?
Yes. Everyone who is supposed
Right
to be in
direction.
there. Right, everybody is already in there.
All right.
Okay.
You got anything, Travis?
No?
Thank you, Judge. Hey Butler, good morning.
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 So I heard a question about the
Page 38, 37.
pathways. I've asked the county attorney's office to look into that, and also I have not heard back from Dr. Matthews as to whether or not we can receive a donation as of yet. All the documents that I received from Jackie that we've been going through and such, I haven't seen anything in detail about that, so.
Renee, are you doing like Mark Park and stuff like that, or you get reimbursed from that from my funds or?
We have not,
Like,
Don't you have some marketing money that comes from the hotel or no?
Yes. So we wanted to do Murph Park and the kayak launch at Lamar.
Commissioner, you talking about when she maintains it,
yeah, when she does the maintenance.
when you do maintenance, you charge it to the pathways?
Yes.
Seems like any of them that qualify, you should be.
I think she did.
I do.
Money.
I do. I misunderstood.
She is, it's in her pathways maintenance, yes.
I misunderstood your question. There's a pathway sign there, so it's part of pathways, and so yes, we do maintain it.
I know last year when we gave some stuff,
There's not one there at North Park.
No, you said something about Lamar. Talking about boat ramp.
Yes, correct. Okay, so I will start off with the facilities. There was an increase in professional services. That's due to the additional fire inspections and certifications, as well as the landscaping costs for the new courthouse courtyard and the community building. I'm gonna kind of segue into another little part of that. We did pull some numbers on what it would cost for the landscaping, $3,500 a month. That's $42,000 a year. So I had Tana pull some numbers for what it would cost to hire someone instead of contracting it out. Full-time with benefits would be $57,837. And 30 hours, full-time status with benefits is $45,960.
So what did you say you're paying now on contract?
It would be $42,000 a year to contract, just for the irrigation, the parking lot, the community center, the courthouse, the courtyard. just for that upkeep. To me, hiring someone that's vested and you know that you can manage would be a better deal, so I would ask that you would look at that.
So what's the cost difference? What we anticipate the contract now?
$3,000,
$3,000.
just about.
But that's not in this budget right now.
No,
And you have the ability to use that person somewhere else.
correct.
Yeah, well, that's nothing but arguing point.
I just wanted to bring it up because it was part of that topic.
It would be under the facilities department.
Correct. And then on machinery and equipment. That did go up a little bit. We got $54,000 for a grant match for the generators. And I am asking for a new state bed truck for the department. We currently have a truck. It would be like for like replacement. We do about 80% of our business with that truck in a day's time. If we lose the truck, I don't know how we would serve the county. Some of the hauling of furniture, moving, picking up furniture, repairing, picking up parts, trash, etc. So I
Okay, so-
would speak for that.
Under machinery and equipment, that includes a new, what did you say?
Stake bed truck, STAKE bed truck.
And anything else in there or no?
No,
What year is our current one?
Chief, two.
What miles?
Is
I
it one
forgot.
that came from
Sorry.
Road Bridge?
What's that?
Is it one that came from Road Bridge?
No. I know it's at least 14 years old. Yeah, it's about 14 years old.
Yep.
I don't remember the year, Jeff.
How about miles?
It's low in miles, got about 70, but we've had a timing chain, a rail guide in the timing chain, air conditioning, the bed that we've had to repair. So we're starting to get into that nickel and dime repairs. So I would like to still get the truck so that we can utilize it in the other department too, but I think we truly do need one considering the fact that we're gonna be assuming 2 more buildings as well.
Okay, so let me go back, where you showed an increase in professional services of 54,000 for fire inspection and landscaping. If you hired a new employee, would that 54 go down?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we can anticipate it go down by about 45,000.
Yes.
It would, if you approved the new employee position for the landscaping, I mean, it would somewhat wash out.
Right.
So if you would
Right.
just add it into the salary, and taking it out of landscaping.
You're talking about with maintenance truck, when you have downtime, how does that affect you? I mean, you don't get a truck back in a day or two, do you?
No. When we take our vehicles into fleet, it's a while before we get them back, especially if it's a specific part that has to be ordered. And especially in today's world with the tariffs, everything that we used to wait a long time for, we're waiting a longer time for. So,
Well, you probably need 2 vehicles anyway. You really need two service vehicles anyway.
right,
So whenever, 10 years ago, it was like, you do most of the stuff in the back of your car. But we can't do that now. Yeah, I think we do need 2 vehicles.
well, we get most of our vehicles that are used obviously from the sheriff's department. We're very grateful for that. We'll use them until they die, but this state bed truck was new when I came into the department about 10 years ago. We do take care of our equipment, but we are hard on our equipment, just by we use it every single day, so.
This weekend I fixed Jackson's air conditioner's car, so if you need me to look at something.
Watch what you.
Right, I agree.
We might be telecasting this.
Especially a small county the way you've already, you're doing lots of starting, stopping, and easily with those vehicles, that's the worst thing you can do for a vehicle.
Right.
A lot of low mileage speeds.
Right, and we've got that lift gate, that goes up and down, lifting heavy equipment and air conditioners, and so we use that vehicle to do everything, not just haul trash.
Well, and having another vehicle will allow you to be able to take one at a time out of service for oil change and maintenance. Like, you know, a day without a vehicle is like, you know, being able to do a third of what you need to do.
Right.
And I definitely think we need a vehicle. Another vehicle.
Page 77. I'm sorry, 59.
Which one around?
Parks.
Community building.
59.
Well, park, so it's 50, and then
Also,
the Lynn community is there 60.
so I'll start with parks.
What page is part? Oh, okay, big.
59.
Oh, they're both 59.
Yes. Well, yes, and I have fixed that in here, it's just I had already printed the books, I
Okay.
didn't wanna waste any.
Thank you, sir. Yes, the first one page.
They,
So 59A and 59B. Okay.
So we don't have an increase in the professional services, the times of, excuse me, the dollar amount is estimated by the hours that we spend in there using the FEMA rate. So that's gonna remain the same. And of course, the variance on the utilities is the light at St. Charles Bay. That's now moved.
We did take that out
Pathways.
of utilities and added it to pathways, yes.
I got it on my notes. And that's pretty much it on that.
Did Tiger Field used to be in this budget?
Yes,
Which I believe they are going to present to the court what they've been doing, what they've been up to out there this past year.
saw they're out there doing lights the other day. You know,
59B, me said.
so building and repairs is staying about the same. We do estimate a grass replacement in the courtyard to about $8,000 to $10,000. Unfortunately, that grass was struggling when it was planted, and it didn't help that we are under water restrictions. We have tried very hard to keep it watered in all the plants and vegetation in the parking lot, community center, and in the courtyard. Which,
Conversations, putting the well in.
yes,
Is that in here?
you're gonna be part of that conversation. I need your expertise so, and to get with the individual that we were meeting with on pricing.
So the 26,000, does that include the 10,000 of grass or is?
Yes.
Yes,
But we think we'll need that much building repair and maintenance on a new building. in
Well, we
addition.
also added half of the expense on the west as well, $6,000.
So it includes 10,000 for grass replacement and 6 for a well anticipated.
Yes,
Where's the other half go?
the city,
City.
right?
well,
Where you had to.
we'll have for the parking lot.
Wait, the well.
The well will be for the county courthouse and the parking lot.
But
And
who's
then-
happy with that?
I don't think anybody, we're assuming that.
So why did we put?
I'm not sure why we did that, to be honest with you.
So.
I think that's my fault, I didn't-
System and stuff.
What?
Are the two buildings, sprinkler systems connected? Are they separate?
I think they're separated, yeah,
They should be.
so.
It's the plaza belongs to the county, the whole plaza. So anything that.
The community building courthouse, what our plan was is the parking lot. Community building and the courtyard plaza would be on one well, so. Not sure why. My mistake, that's my mistake.
So we can increase it by $6,000.
I would say that needs to be,
I would think you'll have. more
13.
revenue in the city.
well, it's not even the same system. It's not the same system. So we wouldn't be able to. So I would say that actually, we need to increase that.
You're gonna have a hard time getting a well for $6,000.
Yeah, that's
Buy
my,
another 7,000?
Yeah.
You're saying?
yes, that's my fault.
Rest of the irrigation system infrastructure is ready in place, right?
The irrigation system is in place. And we've had, a couple of people come out and talk of whether it was even possible to integrate the parking lot, the community building and the courthouse into a one well system. It is, we're trying to just find the best location to put it and the flow rate, which is why I need to get with Commissioner Casterline, since he knows that area very well. So that's kind of still in the works.
So what's the 26 changing to
33,000.
33? You can say.
The 12,000 is for estimated janitorial supplies. We do have different equipment that's in this building. Equipment being paper towel dispensers, toilet paper dispensers, faucets, soap dispensers, trash receptacles. So some of the stuff that's in there is newer and some of the replacement parts and items that go in these services are more expensive than what we're paying right now. So that's just an estimated cost for that. Any questions on that or we can move on? So the detention center, 45.
45?
Yeah. We've got the 450 building repairs. That's all of our alarm devices, jail doors, micro switches, equipment, Freon, HVAC parts, etc. We have new Freon coming in that's starting to use and eventually we'll probably have to start converting some units if we have a coil or something go down. So hopefully it's more expensive Freon. Hopefully that's about 5 years out, but just so you know that there will be an increase in that. So that price is
$10,000. Is that what you're addressing? Under facility building repairs and maintenance?
yes.
Oh, all right, units. Of course, we're on the new courthouse, our AC units.
They're good. They're good. So when I first started, if you recall, we started doing the change outs as we've gone year to year. And so all of the units at the detention center are newer and new. Same thing at the public safety center and such. So we're sitting good on units and their age and life expectancy. So
Good. You know, whenever we did that, if I remember correctly, we told you to make sure that you put it on some sort of cycle as to time, you know, time and condition.
Sure.
Obviously, the time. Where you go in and just, that way everyone gets stuck with, then replace 6 or 7 on that one.
right. And that's what we did and it's helped out a lot. That we got it all on PMs and maintenance and we're doing most of the repairs ourselves unless it's something major that we have to order the part from the vendor
Right.
who licenses.
The other thing that we talked about, if I remember correctly, is we talked about maybe not necessarily going with a singular vendor, you know, but not go to something that looks prioritized where they can only get their equipment. Was it Coleman or some, one of them that we could only buy from the
Carrier.
carrier?
Carrier.
Yes, that's what it was. Yeah, and that was a problem.
So we do have carrier units and when we do have an issue with the carrier unit, we have to go to carrier for the repair and the purchase of the part.
So how does that compare to other?
It's
Is it more
expensive,
expensive,
very.
so. Taking advantage of the carrier, unless they.
Yeah, but some of their units are specific to rooftops and stuff like that, so they're forced to do that. But for the most part, we've gone American Standard. And we've had good luck with it. Their coils or excuse me, their coil is shaped like a bristle brush and it doesn't hang on to that salt in the air, so. Better life expectancy.
If y'all have ever or never been up in mezzanine at the jail where her equipment is, she keeps it clean, and it's nice.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she takes care of county equipment.
think that was about it on that one. On the detention center. So now. Pathways. What page? 89.
Ninety is your expenses.
So we don't need to look at 89? Okay, no.
Well, I'm sorry. It's because of that one page mix up with the community center, so everything is one page off on your book.
It should be 89,
Yes.
right?
On your new book, it's gonna be 90.
Right.
I won't remember that in August.
In August, oh Lord. Okay, so we've had an increase in the maintenance agreements. This $900 increase is due to the increase of IT management on the website. It's an additional $700 to the what was 900. Then we have the committee requested that we increase, we had a $50,000 total for promotional activities and advertising. I know it's two different line items, but that was 50. We wanted to increase it to 75, but we went ahead and increased it to 80. We are doing more promotion of Pathways. We have a lot more events. We're anticipating doing commercials, which, believe it or not, are almost less expensive than print advertising. So a lot of things going on in Pathways. We anticipate a lot more events to occur. And we're having one this next weekend for the kayak race tour is what they call it. So we're putting things out there for it, and we anticipate an uptick of promotional ads, maps, newspaper ads, etc.
Murph Park,
Murph Park.
6 to 8:30.
6 to 8:30. Yes, 6 to 8:30 Murph Park. We're having the kayak tour. Starts off at the causeway and make your way back to Murph Park. And there's Stephen Lou's barbecue, be some music. The sheriff's department will be there. City of Rockport will also be there on boat and help out with the event. So if you can make it, come on out. On building, or excuse me, miscellaneous repairs and maintenance. I do have maintenance landscape trailer equipment on my list. We have a truck that is currently utilized probably 75 to 80% in the Pathways department. We're starting to having to replace tail lights, those kinds of things. So I put some maintenance money in there for that vehicle instead of putting it in the facilities department. Also, same thing with the trailer. So both Pathways truck maintenance and trailer maintenance. And that's also for some of the equipment on the mowers and weed eaters and such. And we don't take that out anymore either to have those service. We have a diesel mechanic on staff, Tony Sanchez. I don't know if any of you have met him. He is a nice young man who works on all of our equipment. He used to be a shrimper with his family, so he knows how to work on diesel equipment. So we're saving money in that line item. Then
Well, 5,000 for machinery and equipment.
yes, for any new equipment we may need. The mower, new weed eaters, blowers.
You say you decreased it.
Yeah, it was 10 for this year, and now it's 5,000 for next year. Did you know that?
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, we bought a new mower last year.
Okay.
Yeah. And actually a trailer too, so that's why that's. Let's see. I had to flip the page, that was. And then at 188 bridge, I'm still waiting for quotes on bollards.
What page are you on? Oh, I see, right, the kiosk and bridge, West two,
Mhm.
oh no, 188.
188 Bridge. The committee has expressed, we had a visitor, Texas Parks and Wildlife came to our steering committee and expressed a concern for some boat launches that have closed. And they were warning us that we might have a side effect of people trying to bring in boat and trailer and launch from 188. And so the request was to look and see how much the bollards would cost to put straight across a lot of not square footage, but a great length. It could be costly, so I went ahead and put it in the budget.
You can't put anything on that property that is above the ground. That's that property belongs to Alcoa.
Right.
We have a easement on it, but we can't build anything that is above the ground.
Which that'll be part of the process of when we look to see if we can do it, but can we bury bollards or?
Thing,
They'd be above.
no, that's gonna end, it's specific in the easement that you
Mhm.
can't build anything above the ground.
Okay.
So you're concerned that they're gonna be backing these trailers into that unimproved surface and
Mhm.
causing erosion and ruts and.
Correct.
I would say, so that
You'd say what?
the public actually has an easement to the property too.
Mhm.
Because there's there's an easement, the county, the state and the public. So that would be hindering them from, I don't know what the line has on it, but.
That's good to know. We'll have to address that back at the steering
Pull
committee.
out. I know they have a copy of the easement at Road and Bridge, I don't know. County attorney.
Okay. Well, this is just in the beginning stages. I haven't even had any quotes back for any of it. We just walked it, but I wanted to talk about it for 188 Bridge, so.
You have that agreement with Alcoa.
Yeah, I'm pulling, my guess is years ago where the levees are, there were actually county roads across that property. And that maybe when they closed the roads, they created this easement, it goes down the shoreline 1,500. It's all that area that's not fenced, goes 1,500 feet down the shoreline.
And then on, is that still 91 or 92 page? Linda Castro, Nature Sanctuary.
92.
There's a $13,000 variance in there. We need to remove that.
Under professional services,
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
so that's going away.
Yes, ma'am.
What about the 20? Oh, no, that's understood. So St. Charles Bay, the 20,000 increase, I know you didn't talk about it, but in a minute. It's just up that page.
So that's utilities, miscellaneous repairs and maintenance. We now are maintaining that property. NAB district does not. And there is a great deal of work that needs to be done to that site.
Okay.
There's concrete barrier that needs to be replaced. I know the boat ramp's in good condition, but we have the boat dock.
You know, I had to make sure repairs on the dock just recently.
Well, we made repairs so that it was not a danger to the public, but we need to replace all the wood on the top and such. So that was an estimation of what it was gonna cost to do that.
Okay.
You want me to hurry up? I'm sorry, I got notes all over my papers. So the History Center, that's on page 93.
Yes.
93, I got it right. Okay, so professional services, we'd like to put in a well at the History Center. It's on city water. The garden is suffering due to the water restrictions, so we would like to put a water well in there. And then building maintenance and repairs. The History Center building itself needs major repairs to the siding trim and needs to be painted, hadn't been painted in many years, so need to get that done. Also, on miscellaneous repairs and maintenance in 455, we would like to Pam Stranahan and the committee would like to, we went in, let me back up, we went in and we upgraded the pathways. But in light of ADA and wanting to extend the pathway out to the gardens where the public could visit, we want to put sidewalks. So existing where there's pathways now or actual trails, we would like to put sidewalks. So. And then Murphy Park. Same page, I believe. 455, that's maintenance for the fence, existing signage, and the shade structures.
Can you change the signage since they have this not taking everything?
They took their signs down. We have ordered a sign for special for this event that was approved by the committee. That will be put up, and then once we get moving on we just had Pelican Pete who we have the copyright on. Once we get the signage designed, then we will be putting all the new signs out there for pathways, and Murph Park is one of them. And then Henderson Habitat. We would like to add a water well.
Maybe we can put a group rate.
I'm good at that group rate stuff. And that's it.
Any questions for Renee?
Thanks.
You're Renee.
Thank you.
Renee,
Well,
On what kind?
you know, I think one has any come up with an F district on it and getting more compensation.
I just had someone call me and ask, to set the record straight about, are we selling it? I was like, no, we're not selling it.
But they were the ones that negotiated, so it took several times to me telling them you don't own it.
Yeah.
I guess till they went down and pulled the deed themselves, I gave one of them one. And, but I'm just curious if they're gonna want us to take that over too.
Renee, how are you handling Lewis Park? Doesn't say it, did I miss it?
It's in the park, this is the parks budget.
Park, okay. No, it's all pathways, right?
So we're just taking the hours that the staff uses to play for it.
All right, we're gonna take a 8-minute break.
I ordered those plaque cabinets, they're gonna be going in the Outdoor building, but I don't know when they're gonna be that.
We're back in session, Madam County Clerk.
Well, we are gonna skip Misty just since Judge Dupnick
Okay.
is already here,
Sounds-
right?
Sounds good.
Yeah, Misty will be here. all
Well, I can go
night.
anywhere.
Thank you. Judge Stupnik, good morning.
Good morning.
Twenty-seven? Oh.
Everybody on the page? All right, Judge.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for Judge Stupnik?
Do you have anything you want to tell us?
No, nothing,
Inquest went down.
pardon?
The inquest went
Yes,
down significantly.
yes, I'm not sure what the reason is, but I'm happy about it. Um. I lowered it 10,000, I've only done like 2, maybe 3 this year already, 2, I think. Unless we just all of a sudden ramp up for some odd reason.
Seems like in the past, just all of a sudden you get a bunch going here.
Mhm.
Well, they're really slow on their billing.
That's
but
what I
like she
remember.
said, she's already done to agree. Sometimes it's 6 months or
I
more
remember
longer
when it
before
was.
we ever see the bills. Cause we
Right.
haven't gotten any bills yet. They're really slow on their billing.
I think I've only done like 2. And it takes a while.
Where are we going with those things?
Lockhart. When we were sending a few to Nueces County, that was very, very expensive.
We had talked about doing something with Rosenberg or somewhere that way.
No, if I send a Lockhart, I send a Lockhart, if not, then, can't remember what the other one is.
Isn't it?
Huh?
I can't remember.
I thought it was up that way.
Fort Bend, okay, Fort Bend. I can send them there if I need to, but I just sort of prefer to send mine.
This is your autopsy.
Pardon?
This is autopsy.
Yes. Um.
Okay.
And also, the medical examiners don't like to do just toxicology when it's required. Lockhart, one of her assistants opened up a program where she will come down here and just do toxicology. Like if it's a drug overdose, well, we can't send it just for toxicology, they do a whole autopsy. And when we need just toxicology, we can call her and she drives down here
That's,
and gets it, and it's like. She just sent me a new schedule, but it hadn't went up, it's something like $1,500 or something like that. Compared to the 2,500 plus the transportation from Charlie Marshall to take them up there and bring them back. Because now Charlie Marshall, the funeral home has to drop them off and then come back and pick them up. Before they would just take them up there, wait, so it'd be one charge, now it's like 2. So this has helped out a lot too.
good.
And I went down with the jury expenses, our county attorney's office is really doing a good job of working everything out before it gets to a jury trial. Actually, I have one next week and it was already canceled, they settled it, so. That's helped out some.
All right, well, thank you.
Good job, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Good morning. How we all doing this morning?
Morning.
Right.
You're going up $39. You're going up $39, but I think that's it.
Going up $39?
21 now.
Oh, 21, okay.
Let's see, I have on our workers' comp, and with the workers' comp rates.
Got anything for us?
No, I think ours is basically about the same. We put in there for the, in case we needed help in the courtroom. But that was carried over from last year too. Other than that, the budget's pretty much the same as it's been. We haven't went up in gas or anything like that, even though the gas prices went up a little bit. But, I figured we could always address that later if we had to. We do get busy and we got a large chunk of the county from one end to the other there.
All right, you know, nothing for us? Thank you, sir.
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Harrison, morning.
Morning, how y'all doing?
Well,
Right. This year is quick and easy. Posting same thing for next year that's stated this year. I think the only changes in ones outside of my control for workman's comp and such. But the rest of it's the same.
You're a good man.
And to be quite honest, I don't think there were a couple, I was able to get training a couple of times this year where the training agency covered the hotel and all the training, so there was no cost of my training budget. Probably won't get fully spent this year. If I can do the same thing next year, I'm gonna try and rock that out. Any questions? Awesome. You have a great day.
thanks, sir. Miss Iris. Library.
Morning, Commissioners.
Commissioner, come in.
The only thing I'm requesting is another 1,000 for books. And that is it. Books are going up in cost, so the 45.5% that we would get from Baker and Taylor is not like it used to.
Good to meet you. Do you have any questions for Iris? Thank you. Thank you, Iris. Russ.
Good morning. All right. What are you, Frankie? Nope. Great. Someone said my boss on vacation.
He's with insurance fraud.
Yeah.
So I'll let Russ explain a little more, but this, there's an increase.
Mhm.
They're asking for more. And, the big ticket item is we need to revamp our email system. Right now, and I don't speak your language, and you probably correct me if I'm wrong, but we keep all the data locally. We're running out of room, so we've got to beef it up anyway. Colin's thinking of going with Google email, something like
Google
that.
Enterprise.
Google Enterprise. And it'll probably be about the same cost, if there may be a little difference. It may be a little more expensive, but right now we gotta do something because we're running out of room.
Right. There'll be a little more variance, but the one of the big issues, or one of the main benefits of moving to Google Enterprise is the high availability of the email. Because if some of you were here during Harvey, you know that when all our communications went down, our email was hosted locally, so we were without. For several days, we couldn't get email between each other. This will negate that. It'll be available wherever you are, on your phone, on your tablet, on your laptop. wherever you are in the world during that time.
How does that protect us from phishing and stuff like that? Is it gonna be a better protection?
They do have some better tools to guard against that, to filtering. That's one of the things that the Axogen program that we use now, we have to have other other bolt-ons to facilitate getting through, letting phishing come through, or emails that you would want to get, that sort of thing.
Right.
But this also allows for using the Google Enterprise will give users more storage space as well, because Alma mentioned writing the check for Box.com, which is our storage we use now, which is, I think, 2 terabytes per user. And some departments use that and more. They're starting to spread out and you use more data. Google Enterprise will give users 5 terabytes at the beginning with the ability to scale up. But from what I understand from them, there's no fee for that. They just say you're 5 terabytes at the beginning. If you need more, okay, we'll give you more. That's all hosted in the United States, so that's as well. And the Google documents that they have that are available to us as well. We can use access spreadsheets and things like that on your mobile devices wherever you are in the world.
So is that what the 39,000 is?
I believe so, yes.
But it's a work in progress. There's
Yeah.
some other things that Colin's looking to cut to try to make it more of a wash.
Right, that box fee will go away. There are a couple of other fees that we use from annual maintenance for like the email tracking or blocking. That go away as well.
So if we get in a situation like we have been where they wanted, a copy of all our emails and everything, y'all will be able to do that through IT. And they do it like.
Yes,
they can.
that'll be a much easier process using the Google platform. Right now, the email files, like say your email box is hosted, for instance, on his laptop, she got her email on there. And if we needed to, someone requested that, we would have to go and get that file, parse it, which takes a lot of time. Using the Google platform, it's much easier to do that.
Yeah.
And it's hosted in the ether. So if something were to happen to that drive or whatever, then we couldn't recover it. We'd have a much harder time getting that information.
So we have, no, this seems like it's kind of faded away, but our website, like the ongoing nightmare.
I couldn't really speak to that. I know there's been some conversation about that.
There were many conversations about that going back to when Tish was in the judge's office.
Right.
So we'll wait till Colin gets back and wrestle that bear. Are you letting folks know like Desiree can we hear?
Oh, no.
I can send her a message.
Okay. Cause I just don't.
Desiree's off today. I was gonna speak on her behalf.
Oh, okay. And then Kevin Stark. Thanks.
Anything else?
Thank you, Russ.
But I would like for us to address the website.
Yeah, it's been like I say that the ongoing nightmare.
Yeah.
But again, this is a work in progress, still trying to find ways to make this work. Rubens, he's not here, but I don't think he works Mondays. But I don't think there's,
Did
yeah,
you
this-
really have, let's show it to me.
this one down. Rubens is the same. You don't have any questions? He's not asking for anything extra. There's a Ray for human resources. I think she stayed same. Everything that is in her control was the same.
Right.
No special requests. I'm not sure about the timekeeper part, the extra 15,000. I guess if we did do that, would it be her budget?
I feel It would be in the
IT, okay, but I'm not sure if she really wanted that service, just
The HR portion.
the HR portion, but I'll let her speak on that at a later time. And now we got.
Good thing you came a little early.
Yeah, I was watching now.
It did.
I guess starting from the top, the biggest increase you're gonna see is in the temporaries, that's the $30,000 increase. Next year is gonna be a much busier election year than it is this year. And then,
Where did the legislation have that did away with early voting? Is
So-
that signed or?
at this point, it's still, at least last I checked, it's still not been signed into law. But I do kind of really anticipate it being signed into law. So it does not.
It was misleading.
Yeah, so what it does, the biggest thing that it does is gonna eliminate that 3-day window between early voting and election day. It's just gonna delay the start of early voting a few days and extend it up until the last day, until the day before election day. It's also going to require that any early voting sites be used as election day vote centers.
Yeah,
It's gonna require that any early voting sites that we use be used for election day vote centers.
Okay.
So that is something I do see to be an issue. As it is my office during early voting, we're already at capacity and a lot of times for early voting. And then adding that election day requirement on top of it is gonna be a lot because I have to have some place for our ballot board to come in. They're the ones that count mail-in ballots. And I also have to have a place for all of our election night returns from all the other polling places, dropping off their equipment and supplies and results. So it is. I mean, we are gonna have to figure out something. I'm not sure exactly what that solution is gonna look like. But that is something that is gonna have to be on our minds.
You're gonna be out of space. You're not gonna have enough space, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty well.
So maybe you need to find a place to have early voting other than your office.
I have looked into that. There is an issue potentially with that, and I have spoken with the Secretary of State's legal division. I haven't got an answer on it yet. But during early voting, there's a main early voting polling place. And at that main early voting polling place, it is by law is required to be the early voting clerk's office. But the Commissioner's Court can designate another place as long as they can designate another place if it's not practical to use the office, which we are at that point. But there are special forms of voting that take place at the main early voting polling place, such as limited ballots and emergency ballots, special little types of voting that have to take place at that main early voting polling place. And it would almost be just as impractical for us to offer those special types of voting at a place offsite. So my question to them was, can we use an offsite place for in-person voting and then still do those special forms of early voting at our office? And I still have not got an answer. So we will still have some time to figure out what we're gonna do. Because that law, if it does pass, it does go into effect September 1st. However, those changes in the law will not be implemented until the Secretary of State has adopted rules and procedures and consulted with the counties. And we are, basically, the Secretary of State is assured that we are ready to begin that transition and to that new system.
Isn't it 2027 where they anticipate this?
So it can be no later than 2027.
Okay.
So it could be really as soon as this November, but no later than 2027. But we do not anticipate it being this November at all. Because there's no way, really. I don't think the Secretary of State can get 254 counties on board. And
But they would have the power to, in their rules that they make up, to say in counties, small counties where you don't have a big enough facility.
That is a possibility, and I can definitely ask them about that as we move closer to that.
Then you've got the large spread out counties.
And another thing with that law too, it's gonna change how results are reported as well. So early voting and election day results will all be reported together. So you won't be getting results shortly after 7 p.m. like you're used to now.
I
And
think the Texas Association of Counties was very much against that legislation.
I'm not sure about the association, but our elections or county election official association is very much against the bill.
The county.
And the county
Clerks
clerk
Association was all-
was, yeah.
I don't know whose bright idea it was, but. Is, I mean, from what you just said, that if we maybe could pick an alternate early voting site, maybe the community center would work for that.
Mhm.
Near and if things
Right.
have to go back and forth between your office,
Yes.
but it would still not going to be a good change for counties.
No.
You want to tell us about your budget?
Okay, so the next item is our maintenance agreements. So $47,000 of what's in there is normal increases. I am requesting an additional 7,000. I am requesting the central account scanner again this year.
It's like, what did you?
The central high-speed scanner again this year, like I did last year. However, it is something that we probably do need sooner, meaning this year, because next year, we may not have time to get that equipment in place before in time for the primary. So it is something we probably should purchase this year. And coming to court next week for y'all, there is a grant opportunity with the Secretary of State. That I would potentially use that money to purchase that equipment. But there would be an ongoing cost to the county of 7,000 per year. So we would still need to at least leave that 7,000 in this budget. But we can take out almost the 47,000 out of the office furniture and capital outlay.
So 46,900 addition is to purchase that scanner and 7,000 is
For the-
maintenance contract
Right.
on an annual basis. And you're anticipating that if we approve.
If you approve the
You
grant,
would try to get a grant to pay for that, and then we just have the 7,000.
that's correct. And as far as that grant goes, I do have currently my election service contract fund money, funds to pay for the matching funds for that, but that's something we can discuss at that time.
Sounds good.
And then I think that's pretty well it. There is also a $2,000 increase for office supplies. Being a busier election year, we are going to need more ballot paper and just general office supplies costs are going up as well.
You anticipate a busy election?
Yes. These gubernatorial years are usually, I feel like, busier than presidential years for whatever reason. Especially here at the Kendall.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you, Mike. Thanks, Kevin.
Do you want Kevin to come back tomorrow for grant discussion on this again, or do you want to wait until Monday?
He's gonna present it Monday.
Yeah, Monday's fine, I think.
Thanks, Kevin.
I'll see you on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Marshall.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There's not a whole lot of changes with mine, except for the professional services. That is just the increase on Harris Govern and our data, which is our online storage. With the portion that I paid with the appraisal district, that went up a little bit.
Is that the 4,000 you're talking about on
Yeah,
Ferris Bank?
yes. Yes.
So an increase in the,
It's for our services with Harris Govern for our tax system. For our property tax collection system that I share with the appraisal district. It's my portion out of the
they have increased for 2026.
Is that different from Linebacker?
Yes, it's our software that we do our
Oh,
property
okay.
taxes, yes. And in between Harris Govern and BIS, which is that handles the website for the appraisal district. Where we house the property taxes. It's all, that was an increase for their maintenance and. Summary, and we get a statement from them every year for the future years, so. And it's just a portion that I have to pay with the appraisal district.
What portion do you each have?
Out of the whole bill, I have like 2 lines, which is, I have the collection software, which I pay for. And then the tax payment database on their website that the people can go and pay their taxes through.
I was just curious, like on a percentage basis, do you have an idea?
Well, the total bill is 135,000. And I'm paying. I pay 20,000, and then also in that line item is my tax statements, the processing of them. No, 21,000, excuse me, so I pay a little bit compared to what they pay,
Okay, so maybe about 30,000.
yes. The only other thing is I'm working with Harris Govern and BIS right now, and I have not gotten. Confirmation yet that we are going to be trying to put the tax statements online. To be more convenient for the property owners. And we're trying to check, I have Ray working with me, Presley from the appraisal district, he's working with them, he. Thinks that we might be already paying for that service. But I had talked to Harris Govern 2 weeks ago. And it was at conference, so they didn't have all the information in front of them. But it may only be like, because they only pay 4,000 to have their appraisal notices, but it might be included in that. We're trying to find out. So that'll be something going forward I would like to get done because it is getting to be costly because they're constantly calling, wanting us to mail them duplicates because they've lost them or whatever. So it'd be a lot easier if they could just go to the website and I can direct them there and say, it's available there for you.
So you'd still mainly would be available?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it'll be housed on the line, so that way for future, because our tax payers that do have escrow right now from the mortgage companies, they do not get a tax bill. They're only sent to the mortgage companies. So that way, a lot of them can go online now and see their tax bill instead of having to come in and get a copy if they want a copy or not. So it'd be just a lot easier. So that's something we're working on getting done. The only other, well, there really isn't any major increases. We've actually, if you're looking at the bond premium, it's down because mine or Lupita's, is not due at next year.
Your conference, is that what you said or what?
No, the bond premiums.
Oh, bond. Okay.
Yes. So you get a break for 2 years. And it's just a 345 for my office staff, the blanket bond that we have. And then just staff increases upon yearly evaluations if deemed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I missed it.
I'll go next.
Okay.
We said it.
Get it over with. All right,
You're going next?
I'm going next for commissioners reports on page 17.
You even on this one?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, no, I'm glad you're going. Oh, there you are. Okay.
There's no increase on what we are in charge of. But if there's any ideas that y'all think we need, let me know so I can put it in, but as far as right now, there's no increase. That is on the commissioner's court side. Then going to non-departmental, page 21, 22. The only increase on this one was for maintenance agreements. And that is because now counties, counties are always required to do the computer cybersecurity, but now we gotta pay for it. So that's payment to task for the whole county.
For everyone, okay.
And everything else is staying the same. Hopefully the attorney fees are plateauing, but next year for sure, once we get rid of all these lawsuits, we'll be able to reduce this budget.
The rents and leases, we're probably gonna look at having to increase that, because if we keep the district courtroom, that one alone is like 90-something thousand. So that's if we get in to the courthouse and we don't have any of these other leases.
We also went up on the insurance too, Jack told me looked at the insurance invoices. The insurance premiums 460 line, we moved that to 77,846.
And that'll be on the next set of pages we get.
Yes, ma'am.
So would you say 77?
Yes, 77,846.
So 20,000 increase.
Is that just a more realistic number or because we're adding properties?
Well, that's based on our liability, insurance is what is our general liability. That is what it is, and it's based on our actual.
Our actual.
Actual for this year for 25.
Oh, okay,
Plus another 15%, we usually put a little cushion in there.
Okay.
Is he? Madam Clerk. 18.
Starting on page 18, I do want to point out a couple of things. Under rents and leases, that $74,400. That is for storage of my records, and I have an update after our conference, and I got to meet. I don't remember if he was a COO or CFO of CoFile and our representative John Rickerby. And we were able to explain to him the whole situation of what we're in, and CoFile has now agreed to keep all of our records there indefinitely until our courthouse is ready. The cheapest I got from anybody and the three other people that I've contacted was $4,200 a month. And if we did that, we would lose this filing and shelving of them when the courthouse is ready. Not only that, they're agreeing because the district clerk's office has a large number of documents there right now. I think they're about 4 pallets worth. Mine is 24 pallets. My records will fill up an 18-wheeler. It's not a small amount. And they're leaving them on the pallets. They're wrapped. They're not going to shelve them, so they're not going to go somewhere else, get shelved. It just risks too many risks that I don't like, exposures. So they're going to keep district clerks and ours for $5,000 a month indefinitely until our courthouse meets compliance.
Which line is that?
That is 422, and the rents and leases.
It shows 74.
And so the other $1,200 a month for the Al Johnson building, district pays $1,200 and I pay $1,200 a month. That's in the rent and electricity and water, I think. For that building. There's other offices using it. I don't care if it stays in my budget because it's gonna come out of the same pot. But that's what that number is all about. And then if you go to office furniture and equipment, that 570. Profile wanted us to go ahead and purchase the Platt cabinets. We paid for half of them last year. For $20,125. They want us to go ahead and purchase them. And I've talked to Renee and we're going to store those in the Al Johnson building as well. And the reason for that is they are going up in price. And so they're helping us save money by going ahead and just doing that and letting us store them.
They were gonna go up by 25%. We don't wanna do that.
Okay, you're saying, but by letting us store them,
We're storing them here
Before they're installed in the courthouse.
until they're installed in the new courthouse.
who's going to install them?
We'll have to do that. They're freestanding
Okay,
cabinets.
so that's not something Co-File does.
No,
Okay. So how much did you say that?
so now office furniture and equipment will be $46,075. And that 20,125 that's gonna be paid for those cabinets is in this year's budget. I've been putting it in the budget every single year, because I don't know when the courthouse is gonna be finished.
You want me to change that?
Yes. No.
Okay. 46.5 is the cost of the cabinets?
No, $46,075 is the remaining cost of items needed when we move into the courthouse. A few wire shelves, some tables. That packet I gave you has everything listed out.
And then what did you say these cabinets are?
Part of that, it's 36,000 of that is high density rolling shelves for all of our OPR books and our court records.
So does the 46K include the other half of the Co-File?
It does not.
So what amount was that money, did you say?
For the plat cabinets,
Whatever the Co-File cabinets are that you're talking
yeah,
about.
20,125.
Commissioner, that would go under your year to date for 2025. She's talking about buying it this year.
This year.
In the, out of that $66,000 it's budgeted.
Okay, but what about next year? Would we be able to reduce that
That's what we've
66,000?
done.
Yeah.
Reduce it to
The-
76.
46,075. Right. And while we're talking about co-file, currently, I don't know if y'all remember, we talked about legislature changed our fees and took that $1 fee off every single document that gets filed in the office. Now, we don't have enough money this year to make that payment. The prior clerk, Terry Arrington, had chosen some high density shelves to be in some of our storage rooms that are in my office. I kept a lot of our old metal shelves that will work for us, and they're gonna be back in rooms, and they're not pretty, and it doesn't matter because they're not gonna be in the public eye. So I am pulling out those additional high density shelves for those storerooms so that we'll get a reduction in our payment this year and be able to meet that whole payment of $2,109.68 that it will be due in August. And my rep has not gotten me the exact amount of refund from those shelves, but I'm expecting it within a week or two. And then we talked about everything else for profile. You have any questions on the county clerk budget there? So collections is page 29. Really no change. Everything's flowing well in that department. Percentage for payments made on time is staying between 50 and 60% consistently. That program is working well. It's one of the cheapest programs we have. We only pay $5,620 a year for that program, and it is paying for itself.
And what kind of collections are you doing?
The criminal fine collections.
So are there other maintenance agreements that are in that line?
Yes, the Thomas Reuters Clear. That is where she does the checks to find out if people are in jail, what they own. So it's the affidavits of indigence, if they own homes and cars. Obviously, they're not always telling the truth on their documents to claim indigence, and this helps us know that. We also use it when we have absconded defendants with payment plans. It helps us find them. If they even have a phone in their name, that program is updated every 30 minutes. So if they put anything in their name, you will be able to find them, and it works very well. I know y'all said not to talk about salaries, but I do want an increase, especially if we're going to be lowering benefits, raising costs. It concerns me for my people greatly. My single mom of two brings home $1,464 every 2 weeks. Mortgage, insurance, car payment, daycare. Time gift. The page 97, Fund 350. This comes out of our filings. And currently we have 55 is current.
Yes.
55,227.
Current, the year to date is 39,939. You can make it by this over in your budget for last year. and
So
this
39, that's what I told you.
Right, well, that's what we've expensed.
Okay. So, I mean, last in 2024, the actual was 100.
I'm sorry.
And they've collected 25 of them.
Yes.
Okay,
The actual for last year was 121,289. We're gonna be well below that, and that has to do with that legislative fee change. That's the only thing that funds that. And then Fund 440,
so then are you saying next year we can anticipate them won't even have 25,000 in it?
possibly. Our filings have not gone down. It's just that $1 fee being removed.
The legislature has taken away a
Right.
lot of our revenue across the board.
The Fund 440, my portion of that is $1,000 budgeted. Nothing there yet.
From 15?
Yes, sorry.
160.
15.
So nothing is currently in that one. At all. And that was another revenue that we pulled from Hagee's profile payments. And then page 121 is Fund 450. And we currently have $16,909. You know, when the legislature made that change, we had no idea how, there was no way to gauge what it was going to do to us. But it's hundreds of thousands of dollars just for my office. Any questions?
Will the maintenance agreements remain in effect?
Yeah.
We'll split that between a few of her funds that are an allowable category for those expenses. And then remaining balance would come out of general fund.
Tyler Eagle is $39,949, I think it is off the top of my head.
The other fund. But I think for 418 right now, we have budgeted is 186,691. You're in this budget.
Yeah. Not pretty.
No, it isn't.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Right. No, Blake and Daryl are on the way, Aiden's on the way.
Can we do ours?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can we take a real quick one?
Yes.
So what's yours first?
What's the page number?
32.
The only change that we are proposing is we are increasing our conference and association dues. We do have Eric in the office now. He has been very good about finding some free training, but with his certifications, he does require CEUs also, and there's going to be some additional training. And also, we were very excited after we went to the emergency management, and we do have want to make sure that we have a couple, if not three people that go to that.
That's what you spoke to a few
Yes,
weeks ago.
That was the TDM emergency
That's
management.
emergency management. It was very beneficial. It's very awesome. May not be for everybody, but where we are here on the coast, it's really an awesome.
Is that an annual conference? Jen?
Yes. I would hope that they would be able to take as many as we can out of the office, even maybe giving up one of our auditors conferences. To have as many as we can go, because there's procurement, there's, you know. The finance part of it, the billing, I mean, there's just so many things that you could.
I mean, even all elected officials and department heads, I think would benefit from it as well, just all of the requirements leading up to a storm and during and after, that a lot of people don't realize.
They have one of your regional conferences. One of the regional.
This was a state conference, this one that we went to was a state conference. I do think they have some regional training, but this was the state conference.
So if we're interested in going to that, we better get our name in pretty quick, huh? That's.
No, it's not, it's not really limited.
Okay.
I mean, it was, there was like 3,500 people there, so it was huge. But that's the only change that, we're requesting.
Alright. Cool. Thank you. And we're gonna take another 10-minute break.
Do you want,
Come on down, Sheriff. Go.
Still need to ask questions.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm not gonna read that now. Thank you.
In a nutshell, I think this is an unusual year in the sheriff's office, both sides of the street, detention and in law enforcement. And that last year we came and cut the budget as severely as we did. I think when I delivered this to y'all last year, I cautioned y'all and told you that all bets were off depending on what happened in Washington in November and the budget or the economy this year. And here today telling you probably for the first time in 17 years, we probably will not make budget in the jail, driven by a lot of factors. Number one, for that year to date, this time of the year, and last year, we were housing 49 more inmates per day than we did at this time last year. And that's.
Local?
It's, well, there's 20 that are contract that we're holding 10 feds and the other are divided among counties. But most of it's driven by local activity. And the good and the bad is that within the jail, because of court activity and stepping up the stuff we're doing in courtrooms, the jails at the January through the 1st of June had made 300 transport for us. In state to pick up bench warrants, to do doctor's offices, appointments, activity outside the normal to the courtroom type deal back. But 300 trips. And so the vans have been on the road a lot and road. It's taken employees out of the office and on road trips. In fact, first part of this year, Chapa made a trip to North Carolina because of staffing low. He knows that area up there anyway. Excuse me, sorry about that. And he had made a trip to save staffing issues, and it was like a 4-day trip up there to pick up an inmate and brought him back that had made threats against the school district, and found him with the assistance of the Marshal Service. Courtroom activity has taken the jailers out of the jail as well a lot. The impact of not being in the courthouse has been horrendous on my office. And I know it was unintended consequence, but the problem is that when I started 16 years ago, we had 13 jury weeks a year with big jury panels. Next year's calendar jury weeks are 20 for Aransas County. And we had increased over the last 2 years trying to get caught up on the backlog. I'm not faulting the district judges because I applaud the fact that we're getting caught up. But on the back end of that is we're calling the jury will be next year nearly every other week. And the significant part is that on any given day, on every Wednesday, we run 2 district judges doing announcements and docket calls. And then you add that, if we're picking a jury right now this morning for this week. So on Wednesday, we're going to have another judge come in to do docket and announcements, and sometimes 2, because they'll split that load so that they're not having to stay till 5:30 in the afternoon. And on a week where we're having county court, there are days on Wednesday that we've been at 3 and 4 different locations with judges, which has meant that I take my deputies off the street, my investigators off the street to help carry the load in the courtrooms where we're putting 2 bailiffs in there. We've had Wednesdays where we took Donnie out of the courthouse area, so to speak, and put him in a district courtroom and had the other officer we taken out of the lobby and had him put him in the county courtroom to help cover. We just we never budgeted for that. We never anticipated being this late and trying to get in the courthouse. And the impact every week has just been phenomenal, especially on Wednesdays. So part of when you look through the request, I do have a request for 2 additional officers this next year. But most of what I've got on my budget increases on both sides is asking you to take back the stuff that we cut last year. Because not gonna make it this year on run rates. But back to the jail, the other deal that's killing me there is food price. With what happened with the poultry industry and all the chickens that were slaughtered, and all, you pay for eggs if you can find them. Bread, as an example, we were paying $1.05 a loaf, and down to $1.25. But while you eat one loaf a week, we're doing 40 a day in the jail. Beef from the freeze 3 and 4 years ago, you're seeing those impacted on the cattle herds in the market today with beef prices. And all of that has added to the jail expenses. 6 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, we had the freezer in the Sally Port fail. We didn't know it had gone out, and we lost several $1,000s worth of food that we had to throw out. We now have an alarm system on that freezer to where we know when that temperature starts to change, and it's set near the door. My phone will go off about 4 times a week when we're doing deliveries or if we're shuffling stuff around in there. If that door is open for 5 minutes, that alert goes off, and I get a notification as well as 3 other people. So we're gonna, check the door to make sure we got something closed or make sure something hasn't gone out. But those are the things that have driven the jail's budget. Most of it's driven by asking for stuff back. The one line item that I did increase that had nothing to do with the cut was in the vehicle capital. We've gotten to where we're having a hard time. We've been in the habit of buying used vans and getting them for $30,000. Last year, we couldn't find the $30,000 used van that in any decent shape and a little mileage. We spent a little bit more than that. So this year I've come out and asked, I think, for a $10,000 increase on the van. They're getting more miles. It's indicated in the repair cost. That's going to miss budget as well. We're driving them more miles. We're holding them a little bit longer because we couldn't find replacements last year. Didn't get replaced till the end of the year. And it shows up in the maintenance cost of the vans.
I have a clear question.
Yeah.
Are those reflected in these
They're not.
pages? Okay, I didn't think so.
Yeah.
So what you're talking about, we're not reviewing here. That would be in,
I have them in there right now, and they are up on the screen, but I know that's difficult for y'all to see behind you.
okay.
Now,
All
the
right, I
vans,
just
it was
wanted to
just-
clear that up.
that was the one line that I increased that had nothing to do with cuts that we made last year or anything else that was driven by federal deals. Is just over the year we have bought used vans, and they have served us well in the jail, but now we can't find the $30,000 used van because of the auto industry.
So you're asking for
An
X
additional-
number of jailers, what was that number?
2.
2,
Well, actually 2 deputies in the law enforcement side to help because of the courtroom activity, because of what we're doing in the courtroom, as well as 2 weeks ago, the city of Fulton approached us and asked us if we would make a proposal to move their backup law enforcement in Fulton next year. It's going to be at the court's pleasure. We sat down and met with them. Our big concern that we have in-house in the sheriff's office is the scheduling and how they're going to handle that. So we've really pushed that issue with the Mayor Cole and with Ty, their chief, that our big concern would be that you're going to have to show me you're covering most of the week's activity. Part of their budget next year will be for the additional 2 more officers, which will bring them to 4 full-time officers in Fulton. To run any budget 5 days a week, 24 or 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, you need a minimum of 5 people. And that's doesn't account for sick days. That covers your vacation, your holidays and normal time. So they're getting close. If they add 2 more people and get to 4, they're trying to build themselves to a self-sustaining deal. Our exposure after January, if they get their hires made, would be limited. It'd be times after 2 in the morning. The schedule that they're proposing that we saw a tentative deal was they would have somebody up at 2 and 3 in the morning. Most of the days except for 1, I think, because they don't have 5 off. So they're not going to have 24-hour about 7, but I don't want to be carrying the bulk of their load in any agreement. Ours would be to back up and help. And the reality is they have a bar fight or anything else in Fulton, we're going to respond anyway. And we're not being compensated for that. We'd go back to basically what we were doing 5 years ago. The city of Rockport hit them with a pretty sizable increase for next year. Rather than pay the increase, their thought process is that they want to put it into new officers, additional officers, and get them closer to being self-sustaining and carrying their own deal. So I will be bringing that proposal to y'all in the upcoming weeks or month for y'all to look at it and discuss it. But part of that would be that the additional 2 people would give me something to work with on the Wednesdays and other days of the weeks where we're stripping the street to help cover the courtrooms and an officer to help offset any addition that we picked up in Fulton until they got closer to 5 full-time officers. That's the only personnel request that we've asked to add, and it would be in the patrol division of the sheriff's office. But it's to help augment what we're doing in the courtrooms with the jailers, and they've gone hand in hand. I know y'all don't have a crystal ball either. You can't tell me when that's going to come in and we're going to be in a courthouse. You'll still have a lot of court dockets, but being at one location means I'm not scattering people at 4 places like we're doing now on Wednesdays. And that has been just pretty demanding on scheduling and on staffing on Wednesday, particularly, and sometimes on Mondays.
Public and a couple of different precincts I've heard from, they're not seeing what they think is as much patrolling as they had in the past. And that's one of the reasons.
I gotta give it to them. Hopefully, they weren't noticing as much of that, but that's been an issue, is that we're pulling people in to augment the courtroom activity because we're scattered out in so many places. And because of the effort to get caught up. Last week, we were holding, and the number probably still strong today. In the jail, we have 25 inmates right now that are pin packet ready, waiting for TDCJ to come pick them up. Now, they've been picking them up on a pretty routine basis, but we have been seeing more plea agreements and convictions faster than they're picking them up, taking them to the prison system. So that's just an example of, I think, some of the benefit of the court's efforts and activities. What we've seen in affecting my staff and the jail sheriff's office manpower, because of multiple courts at locations, has got to be an impact as well in other departments in the prosecutor's office and the clerk's office. But they're not having to put as many additional people in those locations as we're having to. I don't believe it may be 1. And it's causing them, I'm not sure how they're already gearing it for next year. I think the 20 jury dates by trying to train a second felony prosecutor and get him more online and ready to handle some of that load, because 1 week to prepare between jury trials would be a tough deal. They're looking at possibly anywhere from 15 to 20 cases. We don't know which one's going to go, so they've got to get a little bit versed on all of them, and then wait till the Thursday or Friday the week before to find out which of the 4 or 5 we narrowed it down to. And then you don't know until this morning. We stood in there and listened to attorneys talk about, are we ready and how much will it take? And then the judge makes a determination about which 1 or 2 cases now we're going to announce for. So up until this morning at 9 o'clock, 9:30, the prosecutor's office wasn't sure which case to be ready for either, but they've got to kind of, there's 3 of them in there this morning trying to get ready to see which ones we're going to pick up the case and run with it.
This workload that the sheriff and the prosecutors have to do, that really affects the ability of a person to get a fair trial, I think. I mean, you don't have enough time to prep on the law enforcement side. And so on the defense side, that gives them a lot more opportunity to carry your case apart and everything. It seems to me like,
I believe, the defense has the advantage going into it, because then a lot of times they will ask for postponement as well. And they know going into this morning that while there were 5 or 6 attorneys representing 18 or 20 people, they knew that only 2 of them were going to actually move forward. And they know some of the determiners that will drive that. It's, how long they've been in jail if they are, and if not, if you had all the defendants that were out on the bond, which is the oldest case? And so there's things that they know to really look at and decide, I really need to be ready because I'm probably going to be 1 or 2. And based on days that are available in the week and what they should, each trial is going to take. If it's 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, they pretty well have it figured out. And I think defense gains the advantage in that. But I think this morning in the docket they were looking at, Flanagan made a comment that the oldest case on this morning's docket was a 2022 case, which that is not something that we were saying. And occasionally we'll see something pulled up on a docket from 2018 and 2019 still. But we've made a lot of headway and we're catching that up. You couple that with the courthouse situation, it's just, it's an unintended consequence, I think, for some of the departments here. Scheduling next year of 20 jury dates was driven, widely said, by the fact that we're 64 cases, I think, behind Sandpack County in volume of activity. And compare us to the size of Sandpack, that's a lot of activity. And it's just taken years for them to really see the trend and document the fact that we've got more cases and more activity here. And so we've seen the shift from, like I said, when I started, we had 13 jury weeks a year, and now we're at 20, which is pretty sizable increase for us. But across the budget, if you've got any, I don't want a lot of it, but in the summary, I'm trying to explain what was driving this, and most of it is an effort to ask for and reclaim that we made last year that are gonna leave my budget, I think, falling short for a variety of reasons that drove
Well, we need to see those pages.
Yes, do you wanna go through the sheriff's budget? right now?
Just email those pages to the court so that we can review it for next time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Since we've got Blake and Daryl here, which are some of the first ones for this afternoon. Do you want to start at 2 o'clock? Instead of 1, because, okay, well, we just, Tanner got hold of Judge Bianchi, and he'll get here up too, if y'all wanna do that. And then, really.
And we did have Ginger at 1:30, but she did request to be seen a little later, so we have her scheduled at 3:30. And then a note on your schedule.
Caitlin would be the next one at 2:15, so if we start at 2, that'll give us a little bit longer lunch. And not have to. Move things around.
But we can do Blake and Daryl.
Yes, that's why we.
Blake and Daryl.
And Blake are here already, we'll hear them before lunch, and then that'll.
Okay.
Right.
And one more note to add is that Tony will not be here today. His son is having surgery. He says, so he'll be here tomorrow. Yes.
You'll be here tomorrow at what, 9?
Yes, ma'am, if that's what you need him to be. Not sure.
Does he need to be here?
Well, I had talked to the judge about us doing something at tomorrow morning and have everybody together so we can talk about capital and grants and stuff. But since Tony's the only one and things have moved forward, it's up to y'all if y'all wanna go ahead and do that, or if we could just do that at some other time. We can do it, maybe even schedule it for the next one, the next meetings.
That'd be fine. I didn't look at.
Are you saying to hold Anthony's presentation until we come back in August? I didn't understand. Okay,
Yes.
I'm fine with that if he's fine.
Okay.
And
I
I
don't
will
know.
email you his budget sheets because this book, I did not have his
Okay,
numbers
so
in
it's not
mind.
even in.
Oh, okay.
All right. We'll have to wait for
Yes, sir.
So he won't be here tomorrow. No, we'll just see other activity. Okay.
Well, we won't do anything if y'all wanna wait, just wait till August to do that. All that we were looking at was having everybody together, so we can say, okay, if you want grants, let's plan it, our capital projects, and you know that you're gonna look for a grant for it. Let's make sure that your budgeting matches, make sure that you're doing that. We can do that at the August one too. Rather
everything,
than.
or send out an email before
and
then too.
Send out a memo to everybody and say, hey, get this into us, then we can discuss it in August at their budget time, whenever they're up for their budget.
So then tomorrow the water summit might be.
Yeah,
So,
water summit.
oh, okay. Good.
Late. You ready, sir? So tomorrow, nothing.
Right.
All right.
Morning, everyone.
Yeah, exactly. Morning.
I don't have any major changes or any I'm not anticipating any major purchases for next year. I will say on line 418, that is where all my maintenance diagnostic software goes into, and I was able to compartmentalize all that down to one program, so that's gonna cut
Can you
that.
just tell us what the title is? Because
Oh,
in
yes.
this book, it's real hard to see those.
Oh, I'm sorry, line 418 maintenance agreements.
4,100 to 2,000.
Yes.
Maintenance agreements, where you're finding it. Are you on page 53? Oh, okay. And why'd you say you cut that? I'm sorry.
I cut down my maintenance software and I compartmentalize it all into one software, which can pretty much cover all of our heavy equipment, all of our big trucks and everything. And then we have other scanners that'll cover like our smaller vehicles. So that's where the decrease on that. I have increased my repair and maintenance by 5,000. That's just in anticipation of rising costs next year for parts and fluids, everything else, because I've already been seeing tariffs hitting, and especially with steel products. So that's why I've asked for an increase there.
That's showing stuff now on this page, right? You have it on your page.
It's showing
That'd be for-
185.
It's showing an increase of $5,000 from 180 to 185,000.
And we're pretty set on our tools and equipment. So I've decreased both of those line items to help offset the cost of repair parts and supplies. So.
How's that worked out with moving stuff to the transfer station, city island and everything?
It's been okay. If they do have any help or they need any help, we do bill them separately. It's based off of whatever technician, their rate plus, and their hours, and then if there's any parts and stuff, that gets billed separately to them.
That's worked pretty well and a little faster than getting.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the mechanic over there, he's been a good help over there.
Good.
That's helped our workload as well.
So Blake, I'm sorry, did you say on professional services what the 3,000 increase was for?
Oh, yes, ma'am. That's again with cost of rising from, with parts and labor and everything, just as our costs are going to go up with parts, I'm anticipating that the cost is going to go up if we have to send something out.
So professional services are when you use some other facility to
Yes,
do
ma'am.
repairs? Okay.
Outside shop.
Yes, sir. And along with the transfer station, the airport is built the same way. And anybody have any questions?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
Under the road and bridge fund, back in our 25 budget, we didn't have a lot of places I could really make any difference on cutting except for road materials and machinery and equipment. And so we significantly reduced those in the 25 budget. For the 26 budget, I'm requesting an additional $100,000 to be added to the road materials. We were lucky this year because we have a 5-year program for our road maintenance, and this year it was all in the southwest Aransas County area and southeast, and that's where we just finished up all these grant projects. So we weren't dealing with the exact same amount of streets that we would normally be dealing with.
You're on page 71.
70.
70. Okay, sorry. I was looking at page 60. Okay.
So with the 26 budget, even the 900,000, I don't think it's going to cover all the roads that are in that maintenance year that we're proposing to do. But it will move us a little bit further along. Plus, we'd like to try to tackle the intersection of Campbell and Moore to widen it. It's an intersection where we've had several 18-wheelers end up in ditches and knocking down power poles and such. And so we want to, with our crews, get in there and tackle that.
There's also been some mention or potential repairs to a boat ramp, a parking lot boat ramp in Lamar. Maybe some of that money, if approved, could be, shown over there.
That money out, please.
That'd be good, please.
Okay.
Mhm.
But even then, it would have been with seal coat. We got quotes for concrete, and it's like $307,000. It's very expensive. We are holding the machinery and equipment at that same $250,000 in the 25 budget, so.
So Daryl, if you do the boat ramp parking, you're gonna cement stabilize it.
We would, yes, sir. Yeah, see it, stabilize it and go back to the two-course chip seal. We would probably do the same concrete area that's already done. But the boat ramp in general needs a lot of attention.
Whenever you see it stabilized, how much does that add per foot or linear foot or whatever?
That I do not have off the top of my head. I'd have to get back to
It's
you.
like 30% or something like that.
It's expensive, but with our subgrades being graded like this, it really does help. It increases the life of whatever seal code. And especially if we have ditches close by that are fortunately deep, look at their pretty skinny right away and replace barely 18 to 20 foot if we're lucky. Yes, we gotta hold it together. We had some minor increases in, now we have 4 certified floodplain managers. It's like very minor increases and going to some conferences and some licenses and so forth. But the majority, the main increase is that for road materials. And then I think we had something on the insurance premiums that kind of felt that.
We did increase insurance premiums. It's kind of the same across the board with our liability as well as with the windstorm.
So you anticipate about the same from Rockport and Fulton?
Yes, sir. We might even get a little bit more from Fulton if you're Matt, so this is Matt a little bit, he's trying to catch up, but to be honest with you, they just finished that one project at Grant Level, and now they're getting ready to start another one, so I'm not exactly sure that yes, it's a count on about 90,000.
So the insurance premium is anticipated increase. We haven't received any rates yet, right?
No.
So on the flood control fund side, I kept it flat, actually reduced it a hair.
75?
Reduced it a hair, as part of the projects there, we have an additional culvert pipe that we received from using it. So,
Seems to be working out pretty good, having a drainage, the drainage is kind of separate from the road.
Yeah, yes.
Y'all getting a lot more done there.
Yes, yes, sir. We kind of switch, in the summertime, we'll steal from the flood crews kind of help out in the heart of the seal coat season, and then winter time, we flip flop.
I know I'm getting a lot less from the guy on the Griffith that always complains about the grass gets that high. That's a nice piece of equipment that y'all used on that the other day.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Nice piece of equipment. Jordan, if none of you have seen them doing the ditches, you ought to find out where they're doing next and look at it. It's amazing.
Was that the one with the pool behind
Yeah.
the
Well, I'm just the one that did well in that ditch.
okay.
So how are the grant projects coming? Are they pretty close to like Southwest? I noticed they were actually paving over the weekend.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're coming along. They have until end of this month, but most likely probably another minor extension to them, especially with these rains that came up and popping up there last week or two. But yes, sir, they're coming along.
All right. But more about big equipment, we're good.
Thank you, Daryl.
Do a good job.
11:27, we're gonna break for lunch.
Do we need to move to recess or?
I would say yes.
I moved that we recess until what, 2 o'clock, did you say?
2 o'clock. Second. A motion second.
Commissioner Cheney.
Aye.
Commissioner Castleline.
Aye.
Commissioner Russo.
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick.
Aye.
Judge Garza.
We are in recess till 2 o'clock. Mute. All right. It's 2 o'clock. We're back in session and we'll continue. Judge Bianchi.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
I assume you have a copy of my proposed budget, and it's nothing very dramatic. It does show a 4% increase, which is almost entirely in the speculative area of the appointed attorney's fees.
Is that the 20,000?
That's what that is. And I wish I could give you a real good, strong basis for that, but it's so speculative and I have no control over it. It depends on the cases that come in. It's more under the control of the county attorney than me. Although they don't select which ones need attorneys either.
So do you anticipate there'll be more cases or just that the rates are going to go up and there might be the same number of cases?
Actually, both. This last year, the county attorney's office has been more productive in terms of forwarding cases to me, and that's a good thing. But more cases, more attorneys have to get appointed, and then the second part is to the rates. We're always lagging behind surrounding counties and the rates we pay our attorneys. But we also find that we're losing attorneys because of that. And we have so few now, we just really can't afford to lose anymore. The 3 or 4 that we have that are willing to take these cases are so busy, it causes conflicts between myself and the district courts of getting them to our hearings because they're doubling up.
All right, any questions for Judge?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Caleb.
Hello, everybody. And I think it went through for my proposal.
I never received anything, so none of these numbers on your printed out budgets reflect anything.
Okay, because I kept trying, because I even found it out and I don't know why it wouldn't send. But pretty much from what I have on the variance of ours is that on the professional service line where it says 15,000.
Okay, we show 12, but are you putting in 15 as your proposal?
Well, that was what I guess so. That's what I'm putting. Yes, I'm sorry. I quoted that. I was putting for 15,000 additional 3,000. Due to the fact that we have already, it's only 100,900 in there, and that is for all animals that need any vet care at all in the shelter. So we are trying to keep that above as much as possible and only using it for major emergency cases, and that's what we were doing before. That's the line that animals in the shelter, if they become sick, we take them to the vet, get the medicines they need, and or determine if that animal needs to be put down. And if we don't get prorated rates from vets, we have to pay full price.
Oh, really?
Yes. So it's very costly, so we try to do that only if it's absolutely necessary, if the rescues don't take it upon themselves. On my proposal at the conference and dues, we've already negative, I can't remember how much.
Well, right now, after the first court run of this month, you're over $553.
So I was asking and requesting potentially 3,000 more. Hear me out, because down here I will make a difference where it's mostly like moving some money from another line to put it at that one.
So you're proposing 8,500?
Yes, ma'am. And then everything else the same.
Except where are you thinking the 3,000's coming?
So the office and furniture, it says 10,500. Of bringing that down to 4,500.
And then machinery and equipment, the 10,000, bringing that down to 15,000. Or the 20,000, I'm sorry.
Will you repeat those both?
Yes, on office furniture and equipment to 4,500. Machinery and equipment to 15 from the 20,000.
Is that a realistic number, you think?
Yes, ma'am. I talked with Road and Bridge, because what we were trying to figure out was cages. They believe that we could probably get cages and do putting the new cages on and everything for about 15,000.
And the increase in the conference association dues, you all are attending more training or?
That is all training and trying to get the girls all the way to where they need to be, to where we have that adequate officers out in the field, able to answer people questions, do cases, and proceed further without having any complications or misspoken words.
And then are you using a company for the auditor to have some?
Me. I've been typing it in as you've been.
Oh, okay. And then, I don't know why I put that. I'll show you, I'll explain it.
Okay.
Don't listen to this. Because my notes are scratched. Or should get scratched. So do I think?
You can, but mostly the salaries are discussed at next budget workshops.
Oh, okay.
But I will need a copy of that too before the next.
Okay.
But you can, yeah, I mean, talk about whatever you want.
I just wanted on this, I know that she said that we'll be bringing this up, it was the whole salary part, was just at least doing a step pay raise for each one person in my department, like our officers and our kennel techs that work really, really hard and have been busting it. I honestly, there has not been many days where we don't have a kennel tech, which in the years that I've worked, that has been phenomenal. They have showed up every day, and my officers are trying, I can't even get my words out today, adamantly to be there, be personable, get their education, show up on time. I haven't had a whole lot of issues with them, and then if we did have an issue, they are quickly to learn and correct it quickly.
And you can give them a one-step increase if you do a performance appraisal, can you not?
When I got the paperwork, it showed that only one of my officers was able to get a step up.
What did you say?
Right here, where it showed only that one of my officers were able to actually get a step.
Are you talking about this blue highlighted right here? So what that is the only position that is budgeted higher by 2 steps, it looks like, than what that person is actually paid. You have the availability for your 2.5%.
Okay.
That was allowed in 1 step for
Okay.
each employee. I don't have that information accessible as to who is still left and who isn't to have that. But that's just what that blue highlighted means.
Okay.
Right, we're not doing that part.
Yeah, not this.
But she could give a one-step increase in the performance appraisal.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Other than that,
As long as they have not already.
I think only 2 officers actually got a step up.
Okay.
Okay.
And is there anything going on with the donations page, or is that kind of a different thing?
There's just one that we keep track of, when the big ticket come in.
Yeah, right now I can say that we're pretty much hit it to where we can't help any community right now until it comes back up. Or builds back up.
Question, I know we still have another chance over there.
Another chance? Yeah.
Are they still working with you on some of your expenses, or?
It just depends. It's like a dog by dog basis. And the same thing with Cat Friends Rescue. They can do it on a cat by cat basis. If they are unable to, I talk to the vets, at least get them seen. And that's where I see, well, if it's going to be an extensive treatment and we do not have fosters and we do not have the finances, then there is no other better choice but Yeah, the euthanize, because in the ultimate, we can't just have an animal sitting there suffering. So,
But another chance still does take some of the dogs
As-
and
yeah.
spayed or neutered.
they do that part. The part that you see is medical necessities. Yeah, that's what I want to make sure, because we have our spay and neuter
Oh, I
line,
see.
which is adequate, but the professional services is like, we had a dog that was shot. I had to get that seen by a vet, get the treatment and have that taken care of, so that way it wasn't sitting there in our shelter with a bullet hole. There's some that I can't wait for a rescue to pull up for.
Dog recover.
Yes. So, yes, that's all. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Caitlin, don't, please, I just need those copies when you get a chance. Yeah, I can email them to you. Yeah, once again. Thank you.
Madam County Attorney, just don't talk.
That's are always a little ahead. Yeah. Okay, so. I don't know if we should first start.
30.
Yeah, because I printed this off of what I sent you. I didn't print it off of what was on the website. So the first one's, oh no, mine says it in tiny little print at the bottom. So the first budget that I have is for my office on page 30. I'm not really changing anything that's added an extra $1,000 in the books category. Books also includes our online subscription to Westlaw. And sometimes they do a little price jump there, but that's really the only.
I don't think we have that.
No, it's not there. It's, you'll just increase the 7 to 8.
That was really the only thing I was requesting to fill up. As far as some of these other line items, just so that you know, whenever we go to conferences and we pay for hotels and conference fees, as much as we can get reimbursed from the state, we always ask for all of those reimbursements, and that money goes back into the general fund. The travel and fees for our victims and our witnesses that we pay for, like flights and hotel stays and things like that. Almost all of that money gets reimbursed from the state comptroller's office, and that money goes back into the general fund, but not into our budget.
And would that be under the travel and meals?
No,
So if you bring it.
It would be under the court cost, 482.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So that's why that line item has such a large amount in it. But we get almost all of those expenditures reimbursed to the county.
So why wouldn't you have a line or a place where you showed that when we're looking at it, we would actually know what the number is?
Well, when the reimbursements come in, we put it into a revenue line.
Right.
So that would be about what that is covered, that 5,336 that's in the year to date. That is what has been spent on specifically that.
But some of it, or most of it may have been reimbursed.
We put this one to a revenue line.
I'll give you this, it does go to a revenue line.
If it gets, then I don't think whenever it shows you the actual money spent.
Is this a lot more than that?
Okay.
You say that
I'm
it's
thinking
more than
that's when we get the reimbursements, that they're actually getting put back here.
Okay,
And
then
they
let
just-
me pull a detailed list and I think I'll look more into it.
I just want to let you know that we're doing our best to get back as much money from the state as possible.
This could be just something that we're waiting to.
I mean, it does take, as far as I'm aware, a couple of months for all of that to come back, because it has to get processed through the state. But everything that we are able to get reimbursed, we request reimbursement for. And whether or not it shows up directly in my budget somewhere, that's a number of things. I will begin to know about it, but
I don't think that need to make sure, but I'm thinking it's just signing the JP Morgan things, I know that those are, and some of them with airfare and rooms, you know, it gets really a lot. Yeah, and I'm thinking that this is, we're actually putting it back in here, so far, that's all we still have outstanding.
Okay.
It's,
All right, there's a bug over here.
it's good to know that, thank you.
Yes. And we are working with the bond forfeitures with both the county court and the district court in order to bring in more revenue for those courts. Last year, we brought in $56,000 in bond forfeitures into the general fund. And so far this year, we've brought in almost 20,000.
And is that a different
That
account?
It just means on page 134.
and
Would you say that again, please? What did you say?
no, that's not
The bond forfeiture money that she's talking about does come into a revenue line, which is.
right.
It is it's 120,306 something, I think, 605.
And our office doesn't utilize any of that money. It's just money that we bring in for the county that goes into the general fund.
Okay.
That a revenue line that is labeled that part came up.
Yes, sir. It is.
But that's not a bunch of other stuff mixed together.
No, it's just not, they're not dedicated funds, so you have to use it for anything.
Here's on page 14.
Bond forfeiture line 120,605.
Yeah. We need these. Yeah, so that one thing. Of numbers. Yeah.
Actually got a headache. What was reading?
So year to date, what it shows for this year is you brought in almost as much. And what is this through May?
This is through June, actually. Well, through today.
Oh, really?
These
Yes.
reports. Yes, ma'am. I did update those before I printed out your books.
I remember last year, what from a few weeks ago, so.
Because mine says 95.75, but still, whether it's through the end of May or today or last week,
And then what?
it's almost the amount that was projected for the whole year. So that's a good thing.
Yes, ma'am. And when there's a delay also in that collection, because when they work the cases and then they collect the money, then it has to go through the court cost of whatever particular court that then will hit the treasurer's office, so it kind of will take a good month or so before it actually follows all the way through.
I just wanted to let you know that we're working with as many departments as possible to try to get some funds into the general fund where we can. So if you don't have any questions just about my general budget, we can move on to page 124, which is the law library fund. We are still operating at a very low budget there because we moved to all digital. I do feel like where we are located is vastly underutilized. So I know if and when in the future, JP Court is no longer in the library, I'm very confident that we'll be able to put our law library computer in the library. I think that will be more accessible to the public. Obviously, it's not difficult for me to continue to do this budget and to make sure that the Westlaw is paid for, but I don't think it's very accessible to the public for it being in our lobby, whether it be where we are now or in the courthouse. I think more people would actually use it if it was in the library. So that's my hopes for that in the future. It won't cost any money either way, but I would like to see it somewhat more accessible.
And I think we talked about that a year or two ago. About
We
the
did,
library.
and I talked to the library about it. And while the JP Courts and they just don't have any extra space, which is understandable, so.
But it's on the horizon.
It is. I'm sure we'll get that all worked out. Okay, so On to page 134, which is my asset ratio fund. This year, we bought a large table. That would be the only thing I think we've really bought this year. And I'm still leaving some expenditure options for furniture and things like that. And then I need to buy more furniture. We have the maintenance and the gas line for our investigators vehicle. And then down at 744, just money for donations. I'm hoping they'll continue to bring in more asset forfeiture money so that I can get out more money in donations. I typically give those out end of October, beginning of November during the day of giving.
You don't need to put a budget in for the office furniture for 26.
Like a line item for it?
Well, there is. I did put it in there. I guess you don't have it on your sheet. I know. I must have added that in afterwards, because when I went through the revenue and expense reports and updated year-to-date numbers, we had evidently created that line item.
Yeah.
570, so do you want me to go ahead and put a number in there? You mentioned that you were wanting to buy something.
Yes, because I don't obviously need $6,500 in office supplies. I'd rather most of that money be allocated to furniture.
Okay, so all of it?
At least like 5,500 of it.
Okay.
Then we can,
Now,
if anything gets damaged or anything additional gets bought after we're moved, I can just use that money instead of trying to allocate the county's money.
So this should be 5,500.
yes, sir, 5,500 for furniture and equipment. And then $1,000 for office supplies.
And next I have page 146, which is the pretrial diversion, which if you remember from last year, this is all this kind of like a, it's not a cost. These numbers are just kind of a guess on what it could be in the future, because pretrial diversions are a type of unofficial probation that you have. Well, you don't have to, but in order to qualify with our office to get a pretrial diversion, it's like has very strict qualifications because it ends up having a case dismissed. So typically we're looking at people, it's their very first offense. There are no victims in the case, things of that nature. And then you can request to be put on a pretrial diversion. And the money that gets paid to be on the pretrial diversion program goes to the probation office, because the probation office is paid per person on probation from the state, but they don't get paid to oversee people who are on probation or on pretrial diversion from the state. So we're asking them to supervise these people. So we are just sending them the money in order for them to work with them. And the money is paid from the defendant. We are just a pass through and the money goes to the probation office. And so any questions about that?
No.
Okay. I think that's it. I do, but he's in a bench trial. And he told me he would come over here around 3.
Okay, you have to talk for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you. Here.
So is Zach going to come over?
He is not here either today.
He may come on Zoom, we said. Depending.
Pardon?
He may be here on Zoom.
But maybe he could Tell me when Mike finishes before, is it just?
He's out of town.
Oh. Right around.
Yeah, your request. They did, they would, so your changes, whatever you send it.
Like, well, because what I don't have.
Still use clear.
2 weeks ago.
Are we gonna start?
I thought y'all were looking-
Yeah, start with EMC. Good morning, good afternoon.
Page 20.
Criminal vaccination?
No sweeping changes from last year. We do have a new person in the department, and so I did increase a few things. That I thought that having that new person would affect. Obviously, the salary line is what it is. Regardless of me being on a stipend, which continues to give the county flexibility to hire a full-time EMC at some point. Between my appointments, if that's the direction you should choose, so I think that's smart to keep that there, but the only thing I had a question on, or that I may need to change here, is the cell phone allowance. The assistant EMC, Cynthia, doesn't want a cell phone allowance, she wants a phone. The county provided phone, and Colin was working me up a number for that, but I imagine that'll be, do you have any idea, Russ, what the iPhones cost?
I'm not sure what.
Maybe $500.
iPhone?
Yeah, the county phone.
What's your reason? Did she have an Android?
I think it's whatever Colin has, whatever he provides.
No, iPhone is okay.
Okay,
Some of them, anyway, first, they give them away.
it's, yeah, but it's not anything special, but
He did put all of that information out, but he did send an email. I think he said it would be about $650
Oh, what?
for the phone.
for a telephone.
Annual.
And yes, an annual amount for a county provided.
$650 a year.
Yes, ma'am.
Why would that be?
I don't know, that's just what Colin's email stated.
I would think the data plan,
The plan.
data invoice. All in one.
He did say cost of the phone is usually included with the ordering of a new line of service.
The plan would be $650.
It just seems pricey.
Seems like, what?
I think it seems pricey. $650 a year.
$4 a month.
Yeah,
$50 a month.
$50 a month.
for the first net.
Better than 1320.
Yeah, right, and that's, I might do that for me too, to just get a county phone and save a little bit of money there, because the phone I'm using is pretty old anyway for that line, so. Expect that change then, and I'll get with Colin and order 2 of those. I added a little bit more for conference association and dues, because we do have another person going to conferences now. And then I felt like that number that we have for travel and meals. What did I add here? Hold on a second. Yeah, conference association dues was 500, and then miscellaneous 400 for snacks and stuff like that we provide when we host training events and training classes. So really not too much off of last year, considering we have another person now in the department.
What's the machinery and equipment?
Machinery and equipment and radios and such. I've got a radio. She's got a radio. Those don't last forever. The batteries die and go off. But I intend to order you one as the emergency management director. He just doesn't have any at the moment. The guy that I normally buy those from. As soon as he does, I'll get one.
Are those satellite radios or?
That's just no, it's a UHF radio for county or VHF rather. Just the ambulance dispatch and the sheriff's channels and things, so we can just kind of listen in, but whenever we've got an event going on, kind of determine where we're gonna be needed. Yeah, that's all I got. If I, no other questions on the airport. I don't know if we have 28 minutes. You're gonna leave songs? Yeah.
Take a break, walk around.
Airport is gonna be.
Expenditures on 203.
Huh?
When is Richard leaving at the end of this month?
Yes, ma'am. The 27th will be his last day. I'm already going through applications now. For the attendant position at the airport, which is Atwell, he's retiring at the end of the month. So, you know anybody? Okay, notably then here is going to be the grants. Well, we're talking about expenditures, right? So yeah, the grants line. The grant project line for 2026 is gonna be a lot higher than what it has been. And the reason is because of the BIL grant that's out there that's reimbursable. So we have to spend it to get it back. Jackie's brilliance last week was that we needed to show the revenue coming back into the airport fund as well. And so that kind of, it helps to even it out, but it's still, we're asking for a lot of money to go spend it to get the reimbursement later. It won't, and it likely won't be all at once. It'll be, you'll pay for engineering first and then construction.
Do you think it'll all hit next year?
Yeah, I think there's no reason to believe that it won't. And we're getting pretty close to being done with the bond repay. I think we're next year's the last year. 2 more years.
Maybe 2 years, not a lot.
Insurance premiums were a little higher there than we thought we were gonna be, I guess. Is that right? Wait, what did we spend this year? Right at, okay. Well, we got year to date, budget for 2025 was 54,000, we're at 65,000 year to date, but we're pretty well done. In advance this year. Should we bring that up to 54,000?
Well, that's one number that we did go through after we printed out the budgets. So you don't have the new number, it's 61,141. And that is the anticipated with a 15% increase.
Somebody told us that we think we're getting a 15% increase.
No, that's just what we usually budget in anticipation.
But the good thing about the airport for telephone, that expense is expected to go down there.
Sorry.
So we did go ahead and take that down to 15,000.
Okay, so we're at 65,85 for the year so far, and so we're projected to be up 15,000. Well, that's
So the
significant.
46.5 is going to 15.
Yeah, it's 31,000.
That was that extra, that new line that we had to do back in Parliament.
Yeah, we had
That we had to pay off that
for all those years. Good, I'm glad that's finally taking effect.
What should that number be?
15. The 460, no, the 460 is gonna be 61,141. The 420 is the one that's 15,000, or 421, I'm sorry.
Also in that grant,
outlay is $100,000 for a potential $1 million project, so that would be our 10% match. That may not happen in 2026. So we've got it in the program in TxDOT's portal for 2026, but it hasn't for sure been okayed yet. We're gonna try to get it if we can. If I can budget the match money for it and kind of show that we're ready for it, that we're positioned for it. Sometimes that helps them make a decision to move forward sooner. So
Is that a ramp grant or?
that is an AIP grant. Ramp is also built in there, but that's the $85,000 portion of that line. Nothing crazy is happening with fuel or hangar rent next year. I expect those numbers to be the same. Obviously, if fuel prices go up, our outlay for fuel will obviously go up, but so will our revenue. We try to keep those profit margins pretty steady throughout the year, regardless of the price of fuel, retail or wholesale versus retail.
Did you talk about what the 3,500 increase for machinery and equipment was?
That's gonna be, we're anticipating some repairs for mowers and tractors. It's just, those pieces of equipment are getting a little bit older.
If you can hire Richard's contract.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I'd like to go hire somebody that has 1/10 of his skill set, I'll be honest with you. He saves us a lot of money every year just with his ability to fabricate and turn wrenches that most ordinary people can't do. But we're gonna feel the loss.
I wasn't kidding about hiring.
If I can build in some temporary budget, I'd get busy for the use out of them. We used to budget for temporary, but I went away from that because we weren't really using it all that often. We did have part-time for years, but that's because we had a gentleman that was retiring and Rich Richards was retiring. But at that time, it made a little bit more sense with our scheduling. Now it'd be pretty difficult to do that, to have 3 full-time in addition to me and then a part-timer. I don't think that would work quite as easy.
Well, you're in luck, Judge Sheldon.
Yeah.
Was there anything else in the questions? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And yep.
Thanks, man.
Judge Barr changed a little bit.
Judge Flanagan, you grew up, sir?
Look,
Yeah.
okay, my goodness. Just, give us all the money you can. I didn't bring my paperwork with me, but I think I know what you've got. I've got the 2 budgets. One is, well, actually, I guess it really is just one because we've got, for the district court, we got 2 budget. One is encompassing all 5 counties that go together to take care of things like personnel and our regular expenses that do cover the 5 counties. And then we've got the district court budget that really is focused on Aransas County itself. I don't anticipate, or we didn't anticipate much needed as far as a different budget amount from 1 year to the next. 25 into 26. The expenses that we've incurred lately over the last several years have been fairly static. We don't have any additional personnel that we're needing to try to get the counties to fund. We have all of our employees, the court administrators, the court reporters are all employees technically of San Patricio County, even though the 5 counties go together to help fund those positions. So we're kind of, we've historically followed the personnel matters from Santa Patricia County and have those apply to all of the other counties. So there may be some years when, say, Live Oak County has a pretty substantial raise. Santa Patricia County and some of the other counties don't do that. We don't. We forego any kind of a special treatment from any of the counties individually, but kind of follow Sampac County. I think Santa Patricia County is budgeting, hoping for a 5% increase in salaries this upcoming year. And so we would have a request for all of the counties to participate in their proportional share of that. And Santa Patricia County is self-funded as far as insurance goes. And they're still not going to probably finalize that until August. And they're anticipating, just like nearly everybody is, an increase in medical insurance coverage and the prescription coverage as well. Those numbers will come in from our county auditor in Sampac County. Has he given you any kind of update?
Not yet.
There, particularly the health insurance cost is still a work in progress. I think that they're budgeting about a 7% increase for those. Of course, the judges don't participate in any of that. But that's really what I would expect as far as any increase. And of course, the flow through things like the retirement contributions, the FICA, those kinds of things that are based on salary would have a commensurate increase on those things. But as far as the operations that are just here in Aransas County, most of those expenses, I think, we're covering pretty well and don't anticipate a need for a great increase. Basically, the attorney's fees and juror expenses. I think we're projecting to have those covered with what we've got already budgeted for 25. I don't anticipate a need for an increase on those into 26. Let me see if there are any other points. We don't need any great increase in furniture or furnishings. Telephone bills are a little bit more than usual recently here because we're having the district court is doing all the mailing for the juror notices. And we're having issues with not getting, we're getting very good better responses than we did before we had this new system that we've got. But now we're experiencing some folks that are not responding to the, after they've pre-registered, not responding to the summons, confirming that they've received that. So the program has an automatic follow-up feature to that. And then we're still having to follow up with some of the mailing of additional notices to those folks. So the Postal Service, and of course those, the postal expenses are going up from the U.S. Postal Service. But what, frankly, I'm not going to be running for office again, so I'm going to volunteer to be the bad guy. And I'll be the one to send out notices to folks saying, you didn't show up. You didn't show up when we invited you the second time. So this is an extra special invitation that's going to be delivered by somebody in uniform. And you're going to come to court. You're probably going to have to talk to Judge Flanagan. And by the way, bring your checkbook because we take it personally sometimes when you don't show up and let us know about that. So that's one thing that I'm going to probably be the one to take charge of that and making folks unhappy, since I don't care if they're unhappy or not. I'm doing it in some other counties as well. But I think the turnout has been a success. We're getting a lot better response from the system that y'all invested in. We appreciate that very much. And I selected a jury this morning, and I think we had, out of 120 or so, I think we had a total of 17 that were not there. Some of those were excused by, calling in saying, look, I'm sick, or I'm out of town, or whatever reason. And so, they get pre-excused. But otherwise, the response has been very good. So we've been pleased with that. So thank you again for
investing in that for us. It makes our jobs quite a bit easier in the clerk's office as well. Do you have any questions about what we're proposing for 2026? After looking at what we've got?
No,
No? Really? You're not gonna quiz me? You're gonna make it that easy?
no, we're gonna give you an easy day.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Of course, juvenile and adult probation are separate expenses, and they'll be making some presentations for you if you want to, or if they're making any extraordinary requests, but I don't know that there are.
We got the adult probation request. And it did go down.
Yeah, I think, well, certainly the adult probation got treated fairly well by the legislature this year, so they're not going to be making probably as big a request from the county judge to help fund some of their special projects that they've got here in Aransas County. So that'll help some. And frankly, I haven't got an update from juvenile probation about how well they got treated, but they've been, as Judge Garza knows, because he usually comes to our juvenile meetings, they usually have any increases are going to be self-funded largely by savings that they've had over the year, saying vacancies or other, unexpended expenses to either carry that over if they're able to, or if they've got some either across the board or targeted increase for personnel costs. They endeavor to have that be self-funded rather than coming to the counties for any more. So I don't anticipate that's going to change, or if it does change, it's not going to change to any great extent.
Sherry Franco is going to present to the court next month. She's the juvenile director.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, she'll present to the court what's going on.
Yeah. And
with some good news.
It is some good news. Yeah, good news that like we've had before. So yeah, I won't steal her thunder and let her go ahead and make that formal presentation. But again, do you have any questions about what we're doing or what is going on with the district court? Again, thank you very much for the building that you've got us in right now. It's aces as far as I'm concerned. It works very well. I think the attorneys are very happy with it. Certainly the judges are all very happy with it. I believe that the public is pretty happy with that as well. We've got a nice sound system so they can all hear us. There's plenty of room for everybody. They've got the restrooms and other accommodations. As soon as somebody puts in a snack bar or coffee bar right next door to that open building, it would be even better, depending on who gets the concessions for that. Anyway.
There's a project.
No, that's too much work. I can't stand on my feet all day. That's work for an old guy. Anything else? No, thank you all very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge.
Thanks.
So Zach is sending Melissa over currently. She's on her way.
What about Virginia Smith?
Yes, she was supposed to be here at 3:30. I don't have her contact number.
Oh, I have a cell number. Do you want me to just give her a call?
Sure.
Please.
Well, I call my buddy and say, hey, here you go, Jerry.
We missed you this morning. You guys, man.
So just call her on her cell, not at the office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't go out on around.
Anthony's tomorrow, right?
Nothing tomorrow.
We don't go. Hey, Ginger, we just wondered, were you coming over here to the Aquarium Education Center for a budget presentation today or no? Because we're not doing any tomorrow. Are you on your way? Yeah, we've moved ahead very briskly, so come on over. Okay, thanks. She said she planned to be here at 3:30, but she would come over.
Awesome.
Short recess.
Short recess.
This on vacation too. Look a little bit.
All right. We are back. We're gonna go to page 60.
My favorite page.
Ms. Smith, good morning. Good afternoon. All right, looks like not much has changed. Actually looking at.
Yeah.
Where is yours?
Yeah, okay. We just asked for, let's see, $600 more for, motor vehicle repairs and $300 more for miscellaneous repairs. That's it.
And then the insurance line, it did decrease down to $669, so we did
From 1900? Wow,
19,000, yes.
I mean 19,000, so went to 600?
Well, what we had done was, this is just for the vehicle they have, we put the building where they're all in the same. Insurance, they're all in the same line item instead of being separated out.
600.
Yeah, it wasn't until, 2024 that it went up.
They took the 19 out.
Yes, we did take.
Okay,
So it's actually in, the insurance in public facilities where all of the insurance.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So we've just moved all of the general fund over to where they're all in that one. Split out.
So we're gonna see it
You're
somewhere,
gonna
it's
see
just
it,
not gonna be.
But you will see a difference because we don't have TWIA. We now have the other insurance, our regular insurance that has our windstorm in it. So, and it was the TWIA.
Good. You wanna tell us anything else since you just drove?
Just that our vehicle's, not new anymore. Although it's running fine. I can't think of anything else.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Right, and then district clerk's office is on their way.
Am I supposed to come tomorrow to the budget?
No.
We're not gonna have them.
Okay. Oh, it's just like this day. Okay. All right.
We're done, so we're not gonna have any at all tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're right here.
You're up, dear.
Yeah. Where it goes, that's what he added.
You say, do you have any questions for me?
Do you have any questions for me?
What's going on in maintenance agreements? 33,000.
Extra.
Extra and maintenance agreement? Zach didn't address maintenance unless it has to deal with our courthouse budget for security, because I know that's significantly gone up.
Well, he, when we were meeting too, he also discussed, of your rapid pay cards. There was an increase in that. $2,500 approximately, what, under.
2,500 a month, holy cow.
For the cards themselves or for the money that's being put on the cards? Well, there's a good reason for that. We are having more juries. We definitely are having more juries.
But there wouldn't be a maintenance agreement, right?
I don't.
When you turn it, we'll have to look and see and check with him on it, because that shouldn't go under.
But that's also a line that comes from the IT department too. So it just depends on what Colin has sometimes.
Because that would have been 30,000 for the year.
The software itself, because what we paid for it with ARPA money, but now the maintenance is gonna start, so that's probably what's in this.
And it's possibly another reason for that is that we've had to add a lot more of the text messaging for the jury program, because we have, when we send out emails to our jurors, we send them out 100, 125, 130 at a time. So what happens is when the receivers email are getting those emails, they see them as spam. So they're going into a spam folder, so the juror's not getting notified that they have jury duty. So we purchased extra text messages so we could actually text our jurors and say, hey, you have jury duty on this date, this time, and show up here.
That's exactly what.
Is it, okay,
Because
that's what it is.
on IT's spreadsheet, he does have the enterprise jury and the record pay system. Combined, it goes into $48,425. So then the rest of that to the 53,000 would be EDOT. Because they still have to pay to have access to EDOT.
And that sounds right, because we purchased 25,000 extra text messages and it cost us $2,500.
Now, with us changing over, is the email stuff that we were talking about earlier today, is that gonna pick up some of that, or is that a whole different issue?
No, that's totally different.
Yeah.
But
It's got to stand alone.
I can tell you that Colin has been working diligently with Tyler on the email issue. And we think that we have it where more people will be getting them to their inboxes instead of spam. So this is a number that may decrease, soon, hopefully. He's been working really hard with them.
These programs are scary. There's like all these costs.
And the rental leases, do you know what that is?
That is the increase, I think that they were taking on for
Al Johnson
Al Johnson
and
and
co-phone. Did he add
co-file.
$1,000 for co-phone?
He added, he didn't specifically say, but it just, his note was rent for record storage at the Texas State Library.
Okay.
And Al Johnson building as well.
And
But-
he's considering not sending any to Texas State Library, but we just talked about this on Thursday last week, the last day at the conference. And then he left on Sunday for vacation, so we haven't.
Well, and considering Misty's budget with the
Right.
conversation about profile and $5,000 for both of them.
Right.
On that might increase more because of that.
Well, they're gonna do
That's gonna be for both of them?
for both. It'll be
So
for
if
both.
He's got it all budgeted.
Yeah.
then you
Yeah.
would have to-
I don't think.
Or
it's
what?
just been, I'm not.
Well, no, but the 5,000 is for the two of them together.
Yes.
5,000 each.
Right,
Correct.
exactly.
And you put all of it in yours, or just?
I did all in mine because it was in there because before that, because I didn't know about the deal we were gonna make with co-phone at conference. It's all happening fast.
All right, well,
No questions on the postage?
Postage is postage.
Yeah, it is something that's, I think it's important to bring up because we're having a very poor response on jury summons, and we always have. But now that we have this new program, we can track. And about half of the people who get those cards just are not even responding. So we're having to do extra diligence by sending out failure to respond letters, which is costing us more money, the county. That may change here pretty quick. The district judges may be looking at doing something.
Well,
To
District
try to get a
Judge
better
said he
response.
was gonna do something.
Yeah, but for the month of June, and the month of July, we had 50%. And I'm not talking about return to sender cards. I'm talking about people that have just failed to respond, maybe thrown in the trash, I don't know. But about half of the ones that send out, they just don't respond.
Or have like a program that tells you who's responded or whatever. like-
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In fact, on Friday, we just sent out, I think it was 468 letters to people who have not responded for 1 month. For 1 month. It's bad. It's real bad, but. So that's the reason for the increase in postage.
much is posted? 65 cents?
669?
It's, yeah, it's a
The program is supposed to be posted.
Yeah, that's for the postcards, but the failure to respond letters, we print them, we stuff them and we postage them and send them out.
I promise you, if they start finding them, that will go down.
Yeah.
Oh, I told them that long time ago.
And that may be on the horizon soon.
Deputy down there, knock on the door.
Yeah.
Wouldn't take too many times to get everybody's.
I'll do my part.
Take a news guy with you, you know.
Yeah.
Sending the Marines.
We volunteer.
Post it on Facebook, somebody to go along, post it on Facebook. Yeah.
Where your uniform is.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you. And there was nothing, see you, Stephanie, so I'm writing in the records management fund to talk about. Did they lose a source of funding like the county clerk?
Yes.
Across the board, JPs, county clerk, district clerk.
It was a lot of the special revenue funds that lost all of that. And they also, on top of that, created new special revenue funds that are for totally different things that. To me, this doesn't make any sense. Why? I don't get it.
But it's the
Unfunded
legislature,
mandate.
they get to do things.
Records management is truly an unfunded mandate.
Yeah.
A lot of our budget is unfunded.
Yeah, right. And I like that you put that on there.
Still think you need to, anything that's unfunded, when you do the budget, should be printed in red.
The whole thing when you read it.
No,
Yeah.
but if you show this budget, they're not gonna see where, we know to look up there. But if you had it printed in different color where you hand it to somebody, okay,
I can do that for the website posted.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, not to print it, but
Right, seeing it online.
because most people don't have a clue, you know, they think cut taxes. Well, if you cut taxes, it's gonna be the things that people want.
Right.
That,
Cause there's stuff we have to do no matter what.
yeah, that's gonna have to be there. If you cut something, you know, it's gonna be, if you printed it that way, it would be for the things that weren't.
Are y'all all done? All right, well, thank y'all for
We
coming.
gotta do an adjournment.
Adjourn.
Second.
Commissioner Cheney,
Aye.
Commissioner Castellane,
Aye.
Commissioner Russo,
Aye.
Commissioner Dupnick, Judge Garza.
Aye. And we won't have a meeting tomorrow.